There you go. There's the Mass Effect 1 executable. There we are. Lovely! Man, oh man. So, I hadn't realized Mass Effect came out in 2007. Was it really that long ago? That's insane, because I still think of it as a pretty, like, recent and modern kind of game, in a sense. Like, something that, like, no, this is, like, high-tech, recent standards. But I guess going back to Mass Effect 1, if we were playing, like, vanilla, non-legendary edition Mass Effect 1, I'm sure the visuals would feel a little rougher. I saw it's kind of because in my memory they're all good, right? But then with the announcements and the press release for the Legendary Edition, they're showing sort of before and after pictures of like especially like character models and textures and things like that. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's quite different. That is quite different. So not only is it a texture and model and shader update, they've also tweaked some of the game stuff, bringing in some of the things from the later editions into the first one. Not too much. There's still Mass Effect 1 still has it's a little bit more RPG in terms of its character management, inventory management, and things than 2 and 3. In fact, originally when Mass Effect 2 came out, I was very disappointed that they dropped the sort of more hardcore RPG inventory management. Because, I'm an RPG gamer, I always like those aspects of things, and I thought, oh, this is weird, it's sort of like removing some of the gameplay and stuff. In the end, I did grow quite to like it, and I do have to admit that it probably led to somewhat better pacing. I mean, there's still lots of decisions you can make with your inventory and your items and stuff like that, but a little bit less micromanagement. So I think that was good overall. So that's still going to be in here, but they did a few things, like originally in Mass Effect 1, your class restricted which weapons you could use. For example, as a Vanguard, which is what my canonical run of Mass Effect was, and which is what we're going to be doing today, you could only use pistols and shotguns. Now, I believe they've changed it so that anyone can use any weapons, although your class still determines what talents you have to improve. So as a Vanguard, we'd probably still mostly focus on pistols and shotguns by virtue of the fact that it's what we're going to be able to improve along the way. I just got a message on Gmail. Let me go and check on that over here. Missed the old Mass Effect 1 RPG aspects that were removed. Yeah, so originally with like Mass Effect 2, it did feel like, oh man, I don't know if I was happy about that. Listen, I don't need to update the Sims 4 in the background. I could just hear my hard drive grinding away. Like, this game is installed on an SSD, well, an M2 drive, but I could hear the hard drive processing in the back. I'm like, what's it doing? Oh, it's updating the Sims, because I've got Origin running, so it feels it has to do that. So we cancel that. Is anything else still crunching around? I always hate it when I can hear a hard drive crunching in the back, because I'm like, oh, is it the game performance going to go down or something like that? But yeah.
It's whiskey.
Yeah, so another thing, some people didn't like the gunplay in ME1. I think I was fine with it at the time. I'm not a fan of a lot of like sort of, hey, Jurassic, thank you very much. For instance, you play this, hoping to pick this up myself too. Yeah, I think, and there's a bunch of people who have never played Mass Effect. There's already some people in chat who said that. Well, there's no better time to do it. It is a stupendously good game. I remember, like, when I started playing it, when I played Mass Effect 1, like, from the first day I played it to when I finished Mass Effect 1, I just, like, sat back and it was like I just experienced every single season of all of my favorite sci-fi shows, like, and movies, all compressed together and injected directly into my brain in a way that I really couldn't fathom or understand. Hey, Pills! Hey! Quote, my favorite Canadian feminist Harry Potter podcast. Oh, there's a lot to unpack. Oh, which please? Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, and I really should do more, because I know there's a lot of really, really, really good ones. One of the best modern RPG games we've played. Yeah, it was very good. And basically, you know, we've recently played through, for example, Baldur's Gate 1. We're currently playing through Baldur's Gate 2. To a certain extent, like, Mass Effect is a direct line from those things. In particular, Baldur's Gate 2 introduced a lot of the RPG mechanics that have come to become expected and standard in some of these, in terms of like multiple romanceable characters and things like that, that we just take for granted these days. But it sort of comes from that, in particular Baldur's Gate 2, because Baldur's Gate 1 I don't think had any romance or anything like that. It was a simpler, more innocent time. I think we're going to go ahead and jump in a sec here too. For those like the lore, the books weren't too bad either. From what I understand, so right at the start, I can't remember, it has been a while since I played this. There's the Spectre that you team up right at the start, and spoiler alert, who doesn't make it through the first mission. And I think that was a lot of shock to people who had read the book, because a novel had come out before the release of the original Mass Effect. Because I think that character was like the central character of the novel. I've never read it. It was either the central character or a major part of that novel. And so the fact that they just like kill him off in the first mission, I think shocked a ton of people because they weren't expecting that going into it. And you know what? Sure, that's fine. Never played 2 or 3 Mass Effect. The first Mass Effect was too good. So 2, I remember at the time when I played 2, in a sense, I didn't enjoy it. Because part of me was like, oh, they got rid of some of my favorite RPG mechanics. And to a certain extent, Mass Effect 2 is kind of a side story. It's a subplot, right? The main primary storyline is effectively Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 3. And so at the time playing Mass Effect 2, I was like, that's not really what I was looking for. Since then, I've gone back and replayed all the games more than once, and I can say Mass Effect 2 is in fact a masterpiece, is in fact a fantastic game. It's just one of those things where you're like, at the time, you're like, wait, what? But what about the what I perceive to be the main plot? You're introducing all this stuff with like this weird secret group led by some rando, what's it called? Is it the Invisible Man? I can't remember his name. And part of it is like when this guy, the what, I can't remember his name in Mass Effect 2. The Elusive Man, that's what he is. You know, I hear him talk, and all I can hear is like, oh, that's President Bartlett. It was like I couldn't detach the voice actor from the character over here. Sheen was just too present, right? So I had a personal problem immersing myself into it on the first playthrough. But then on subsequent quick playthroughs, because I no longer had the expectation of, oh, I'm expecting it to feel like an immediate continuation of Mass Effect 1, with some of the characters the same way. I mean, you didn't have like some of the characters from Mass Effect 1 weren't in Mass Effect 2 until you get to like Shadow Broker, for example, which was a DLC. So, but on the next replay though, I was able to just properly enjoy it for what it was and recognize that Mass Effect 2 is a tremendous game in the series. All right, yeah, the intro was really cool. It was pretty shocking. I think we're about ready to start. Yeah, what is under extras? Achievements? Oh, options. Weird that options are hidden under the extras. That's fine. I'll leave VSync on because it tends to be better for recording. Calibrating. I don't know. I think also for recording, what I might do is just increase the brightness a couple of notches. It tends to lead to slightly better recordings over here. Sound, once we're in it, you guys will have to let me know about the sound. I do have audio ducking on, so theoretically when I'm talking, you'll be able to hear me more clearly, and when I'm not talking, you'll be able to hear the game more clearly. We may have to bring down the music or some of the sound effects. Probably keep the volume up. That's going to be okay too. Gameplay, yeah, we'll just go normal. Auto level up is off. Level scaling, legendary. Classic mode, 1 to 60 level range will use instead of new 1 to 30 range. Oh, interesting. Is it because in the original classic mode, which apparently has more levels, is it that a bunch of levels nothing really happened? I think I'll probably leave it. We'll see what the legendary mode feels like. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't actually read up on the fact that they were changing the level scaling. Oh, you have to play several times to get to level 60. Oh, with classic mode, it's like New Game Plus kind of vibe. Okay. We'll leave it. Yeah, we can change this when we play. Subtitles we definitely want on for the streaming. I'll leave tutorials on because I won't remember the keys for like crouching under cover and stuff like that. That's gonna be okay. All right, let's get started. I fell in love with this game here. This is when I fell in love with the game the first time.
Military database. Classified information requested. Establishing secure connection. Secure connection confirmed.
New ID. Custom female.
To access your profile.
Petra Shepard. One of the things as well is back in Mass Effect 1 days, right? In all their advertisement and stuff, they had a canonical like male shepherd. Okay, a particular look, which is what's there. But they never had a canonical female shepherd until Mass Effect 2 and 3. And now they've backported that look. I believe this look here, this version of female shepherd, is the canonical story version of female shepherd that they use in, in their advertising and different things like that. I'm going to be going for a different look, though, because to me, if you're Jennifer Hale, amazing voice actor. One of the reasons I picked this character originally. The other thing is that it depends on the game, but a lot of times, if I'm especially wanting to sort of detach from myself more, I find that playing a female character helps because it depends on if I feel like the story is supposed to be about a character. And in this case, I feel like that Shepard is definitely a character with a story is the way I feel like. They've got a certain backstory and a personality and things happen to them. And I see this as the story of Shepard. I don't see this game as a story of me being a, space marine kind of cowboy thing. I see it as Shepard's story. So it helps me detach and see this as a separate character from myself. So there was a bunch of reasons why I went down the female Shepard route. And it turned out to be 100% the correct decision, because holy crap, yeah, Jennifer Hale, or Hall? I think Hale. Anyway, stupendous voice actor. So yes, I loved in this game the way it like sets up that like, oh, there's this corrupted database, and it helped to sell me the idea that this is a character that exists, right? You're going through a character creation screen, but you're not creating a character, you're just filling in some blanks for some information, is all it is. So backstory. So we got the Spacer. Both parents were part of the Alliance military. Childhood was spent on ships and stations. They transferred to posting, never staying in one location for more than a few years. Following in your parents' footsteps, you enlisted at the age of 18. 18? Then there's the colonist. You were born and raised on Mindwar, a small border colony in the Attican Traverse. When you were 16, slavers raided Mindwar, slaughtering your family and friends. You were saved by passing Alliance patrol, and you enlisted with the military a few years later. And then finally, there's Earthborn. You were an orphan raised in the streets of the great megatropolises covering Earth. You escaped the life of petty crime and underworld gangs by enlisting with the Alliance military when you turned 18. I can't remember what was my original and canonical one. Okay. In Mass Effect 1, at some point, you meet a character. I feel like it's a young girl. She's on the dock where the Normandy is parked in the Citadel. And that encounter with that NPC is related to your backstory over here. And I can't remember if it's Spacer or Colonist. If anyone in chat remembers, please let me know. That's Colonist. And as I say, I'm pretty sure my backstory that I went with is Colonist. And the reason is this. My Shepard starts off angry and having to prove things and being kind of a human not human supremacist, but human survivalist, right? Putting the interest of humanity first, which is one of the themes in Mass Effect, which I didn't even realize was going to be a theme in Mass Effect, the sort of the us versus them sort of mentality with humans and how do we integrate and various things like that. My canonical Shepard, which is what we're going to play here, starts off with that mentality of we've got to put human interests first because it's the only way we can survive, because these aliens do like terrible things. For example, slavers show up and things like that. So my Shepard will start off as a renegade, and we'll see what might diverge from my original playthrough, right? But part of me wants to re-experience what I felt the first time I played it. But the thing is, the story was so goddamn convincing that at some point I just became on board with no, man, we all have to work together to defeat this greater problem. And my Shepard, who started off Renegade, shifted to being more Paragon, especially as she took on more leadership roles, right? At the start of the game, you're not a leader. You are just a person in the human space force, basically. Kind of vibe, right? You're just a person in there. You are not like the de facto captain of the ship. You are not a Spectre, but things sort of shift a little bit over time. Yeah, she's a commander, right? But she's not at the top of the list. Later on, she becomes more independent, becomes the proper leader of her ship. It can operate independently, and just things change a lot over here. So,
confirm psychological profile.
I believe I went sole survivor. During your service, a mission you were on went horribly wrong. Trapped in an extreme survival situation, you had to overcome physical torments and psychological stresses that would have broken most people. You survived while all those around you fell, and now you are alone to tell you the tale. There's also War Hero over here, and we've got Ruthless, which may have been something I'd done. I don't know. Get the job done, being called cold, calculating, brutal, your reputation for ruthless efficiency. Now, I think I went Soul Survivor, and I think that's still the vibe that I want over here.
Confirm
so we're going to do that.
Military specialization.
And we're going to go Vanguard. The thing is, I think that Sentinel is very cool because you get to do all the magics, but I really enjoyed the Vanguard run. So there's 3 sort of pure classes. There's Soldier, Engineer, which uses a lot of electronic powers and tech powers, basically. Adept, which is full biotic, which is psychic powers and things. And then you've got hybrids of various mixes. So Infiltrator is Soldier plus tech. Sentinel is both biotic and tech, and then Vanguard is military plus tech. And I really like it. I gotta say that the pure Adept with the Singularity power, holy shit, it's really strong. I did do an Adept on one of my replays, but I like Vanguard. I find that Vanguard in Mass Effect 1 isn't the strongest necessarily, but in 2 and 3 the Vanguard type build is probably stronger. I don't think it's the strongest in Mass Effect 1, but it's pretty damn good. Yeah, shotgun plus punch. Is it biotic charge or something that the Vanguard gets that's like pretty kick-ass? Yeah, Vanguard is fun in 1, gets even better over time. That's probably a good way to describe it. Vanguard is super fun in 1, and then in 2 and 3, it becomes fun and powerful. It went from okay to hilarious, yeah.
Confirm facial...
So, most important thing, though, is going to change the appearance, because if I'm a goddamn soldier, I'm not going into battle with hair flooping around all over the place. That is completely impractical. So, the big thing that I do with her is it under head? Oh, hair, there it is. Is we get a sensible haircut. Not that, this is, I mean, maybe like the, oops, hold on, still on hair, sort of a Janeway. This I think I went with something like this a little bit more in 2 and 3, because I feel that things get a little bit, a little bit messier, but I feel like there was I don't think I went with a shaved head. I feel like I went with like a tight ponytail. Can you not, there we go. I might have gone, actually, in the first playthrough with super short? No. The hair is different than the original. I feel like it was either a tight bun or a short ponytail like this. Maybe I'll go with the short ponytail. The hair is different than the original graphics. I don't like any of these buns. With, like, the big mass of hair, it just feels like as you're running around, that's gonna loosen and fall out. Completely impractical. So I think I will go with this ponytail one. I do like the little loose hairs. It looks cool. We'll appeal to our own vanity a little bit. And I mean, I've had long hair with a ponytail. That shit sort of falls out all the time. So shaved head might be the most practical, but this is sort of in between. Otherwise, I like what's going on here. A couple of scars. I think this to me looks very much like what I often made my Shepherd. There may be some other tweaks that I would normally do, but she's looking like my Shepherd enough. So I think we'll do that. The hair color? I think I went with brown hair. I like brown hair. Hair loopies. Oh, that's funny. Just make Jack an ME1. No, I'm not going to do red hair. Not for me. I know that, yeah, the canonical one is like that, but I like the brown hair green eyes. Finalize.
Profile reconstruction complete.
I could probably find my old saves and stuff for this. Now, she looks pretty good. All right. Not going red. She's my character. She's my character.
Identification confirmed.
So yeah, we'll do this. We'll leave it on normal just for the sake of not banging our heads against things, because the idea is to experience the story. And with, like, handshakes like me, it's really bad today, too. Focus. There we go. Aiming's always going to be a little difficult. One of the things I'm always jealous about is people who can use sniper rifles in video games. Man, I wish I could use sniper rifles in video games, but I absolutely cannot in any way. Always disappointing. Shotguns are good because they tend to have a pretty generous spread, and otherwise I like fast-firing weapons because you can just sort of like spray and eventually kind of lock onto a target. I don't play with auto-aim, generally speaking. We'll have to check. Was there an option for auto-aim somewhere? I'm not sure. We'll have to see if there is. Thank God, this intro.
What about Shepard? She grew up in the colonies.
She knows how tough life can be out there. Her parents were killed when slavers attacked Mindwar.
She saw her whole unit die on a cruise. She could have some serious emotional scars.
Yep, this is correct. I remember this. This is exactly how I play.
Shepard's a survivor.
Is that the kind of person we want protecting the galaxy?
That's the only kind of person who can protect the galaxy.
I'll make the call.
Is the Admiral's voice actor, is he the guy that joins Community in the later seasons? In the year 2148, explorers on Mars discovered the remains of ancient spacefaring civilizations. In the decades that followed, these mysterious artifacts revealed startling new technologies enabled traveling further stars! Damn it. I was too focused on chat. They call it great discovery in human history. They call it the Mass Effect. I think they repeat the choices in case you go with the default start.
The Arcturus Prime relay is in range.
So badass right here.
Mission sequence.
Commander?
Yeah, opening scene is so good. And yet right away, it's like, I would watch this sci-fi series.
Calculating transit mass and destination. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector.
And frickin' Seth Green. I recognized him, because to me he's just Oz from Buffy. That's just what he'll always be. I forgot Joker was in this. God damn. This just looks so badass!
Approach run has begun.
Yeah, the first game was so good. And this is one of, I think, only 2 unskippable cutscenes. They need to make sure you see the Mass Effect relay. Because, spoiler alert, it might be plot relevant, since it's literally the title of the game.
In 3, 2.
Joker and Edie romance, best romance. That section in, I think it's Mass Effect 2, right? Where you actually get to play as Joker for a little bit? Oh, man.
Internal emissions sync engaged. All systems online. Drift, just under 1500K.
It's whiskey and
1500 is
chocolate!
good. Your captain will be pleased.
Hey, no one.
I hate that guy.
Well, no one, now's a perfect time to play the others.
So you hate him?
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead. So that's incredible. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
Yeah, that is the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story.
Right away, the first decision, I'm like, you know, it's always one of those where, like, I don't want to be mean to Joker. It's like, oh man, I don't know. We could start, because the thing is, I feel like, I think we're gonna start hard ass, but it's gonna be better because we're gonna love Joker so much later on. It'll be a better transition if we start a bit more of as a hard ass. Cut the chatter.
That's enough. Your soldiers act like it.
Sorry, Commander.
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Good. Find a comm buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance Brass before we reach Eden Prime.
Aye, aye, Captain. Better brace yourself, sir. I think Nihilus is headed your way.
He's already here, Lieutenant. Tell Commander Shepard to meet me in the comm room for a debriefing.
There's a free cam photo mode? Ooh. I heard. Just Kurt, business.
I'm on my way.
Is it me or does the Captain always sound a little pissed off?
Only when he's talking to you, Joker.
Yeah, we can view our mission objectives. God, these screens! I mean, in a sense, there was nothing stopping me from replaying Mass Effect 1, you know, more recently. But I sort of haven't thought about Mass Effect in a couple of years. And so this is just giving me a chance to do that. If I remember correctly, you'd like, one of the things you do is you sort of look around and you can like unlock more codex entries, or they give you a little bit of XP. Is it E? How do we interact? Spacebar? Might just be spacebar.
You probably don't want to keep the captain waiting, Commander.
The Captain's waiting for you in the comm room, Commander.
How's it sounds? Airlock. And the way this looks. The random dialogues. Like, such a great-looking ship. Good old use sprint. You didn't used to be able to sprint out of combat Mass Effect 1. That's one of the other things Legendary Edition has apparently changed.
Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run.
This guy looks like he's sad all the time. Yeah, I heard you arguing.
Sounds like you don't trust our Turian guest.
Sorry, Commander, just having a chat.
Goddamn aliens.
I didn't mean to cause any trouble. But you have to admit, something's odd about this mission. The whole crew feels it.
You think the Alliance brass is holding out on us?
If all we're supposed to do is test out the stealth system, why is Captain Anderson in charge? And then there's Nihilus. Spectres are elite operatives, top covert agents. Why send a Spectre, a Turian Spectre, on a shakedown run? It doesn't add up.
What do you know about the stealth systems?
I just know it masks our location from scans and sensors. Cutting-edge technology. The Normandy's the only ship with this prototype drive. But why are we fully staffed? A skeleton crew would be cheaper. Less chance of security leaks, too.
I like her right away. Like,
it's pretty obvious.
You're getting a vibe right away that there's depth of story here, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, a lot of things start with, oh, this is just a shakedown run, and then drop you into action. Because it's a shakedown run, and something's going to go wrong. Here, it's not the case that it's a shakedown run where something goes wrong, and all of a sudden you have to be a badass. Instead, it's right away you get the sense that there's a larger universe out there that is happening by itself, around you, without you, kind of thing. You're part of something larger than yourself that's just on the way, and you're starting to get hints of it. Yeah, political strife, not knowing all the answers to everything. I love it.
For what?
Damned if I know, Commander.
I just feel like it was so well written right from the start.
I'm not a fan of being left in the dark.
Do you have a problem with the captain?
No, ma'am. But I can't figure out what he's doing here. Captain Anderson is one of the most decorated Special Forces officers in the service. If he
and I think I'm all ready to, like, have Captain Anderson at the start, you know, oh, he's going to be the hard-ass jerk that, you know, your boss that you don't like. And he's like, he just is the man.
Taking the shakedown run too seriously. Something big is going on.
You don't trust Nihilus?
I don't like Turians in general. It runs in my family. My grandfather fought in the First Contact War. Lost a lot of friends when
Must be sad not even a remastered could give him his hair back. Yeah, First Contact War was brutal. Basically, like, the Turians were the first alien race the humans ran into, and they basically, like, instantly fired on us, and we started this giant war.
Nihilus is no ordinary Turian.
If I remember the lore correctly.
You got that right, Commander. We're an Alliance vessel, human military, but Nihilus doesn't answer to the captain like the rest of us. Spectres operate outside the normal chain of command. And they don't come along just to observe shakedown runs. Nihilus looks like he's expecting some heavy action. I don't like it.
I'll see if I can get some answers when I see him.
Good luck, Commander.
There was no need to say just do your job there. It's like, I'll investigate. I'm not going to tell you necessarily about it. I don't know if there were any more codex entries back there.
Prime Doc. It's not the kind of place Spectres visit. There's something Nihilus isn't telling.
I love the flavor you get from just overhearing things too.
That's crazy. The captain's in charge here. He wouldn't take orders from a Spectre.
Oh, can we do that again?
Spectres don't answer to anyone. They can do whatever they want. Kill anyone who gets in their way.
Like I was stuck in a falling animation. I think I can just... I was going to say, I thought I could just get some codex entry over there. I don't actually want to open the map. And we talked to Presley. Dr. Chakwas is awesome, and only gets better as the series goes on. For such a tiny little character, effectively, in terms of the role she has in the game, great bits.
What do you think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real
action.
action.
We can't open the galaxy map yet.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real action usually ends with me patching up crew members in the infirmary.
Relax, Jenkins.
You need to calm down, Corporal. A good soldier stays cool even under fire.
Sorry, Commander, but this waiting...
This is how I survived being a sole survivor.
I've been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre on board.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Only what I've
Doesn't
heard.
Jenkins die? Leroy Jenkins!
They usually work alone or in small.
I like this Jenkins. I hope he becomes a prominent
Spectres don't
character.
have any official power, though. Basically, they're a shadow organization with a mandate to preserve and protect galactic stability.
Protect it at any cost. Don't forget that part. Spectres operate above the law.
Why don't we have any of our own people in there?
Spectres usually come from the council races, like the Turians. We've been trying to get a human accepted into their ranks for years now. So far, it hasn't happened.
Hey, Commander, you'd make a good Spectre.
Really? You think?
Into impossible situations, forced to survive unbeatable odds, just like you on a cruise.
Ooh. Bad memories, or just show some respect. Now, I want to see what goes on here.
I try not to think about Akuz.
Sorry, Commander. I didn't mean to offend you.
I should have gone hard ass.
We all do.
But I feel bad for Jenkins. He's about to have a bad time.
Was there something else you needed?
You're from Eden Prime, aren't you, Jenkins? What's it like?
It's very peaceful, Commander. They've been real careful with development, so you don't have any city noise or pollution. My parents lived on the outskirts of the colony. At night, I used to climb this big hill and stare across the fields back at the lights from the main settlement. It was gorgeous.
He's got nice eyes.
When I got older, I realized it was a little too calm and quiet for me. That's why I joined the Alliance. Even Paradise gets boring after a while.
Any idea why Eden Prime was chosen as our destination?
Not really sure, Commander. Eden Prime's one of our most stable colonies. Good place to take the Normandy for a shakedown run, I guess. No real danger there. There's gotta be something else going on.
Yep, no danger.
On board. That's why I'm so wound up. I can't wait for the real mission to start.
I think we already had these options, didn't we? It's like just another mission.
Do your job, follow my orders, and there won't be any problems.
Yeah, and don't run out in the middle of, like, don't run out of cover.
Everybody knows what you can do. This is my big chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
This mission isn't about personal glory, Corporal. We have a job to do. Don't do anything stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'm not gonna screw this up.
The captain's waiting for me.
Oh, I got some Paragon points for that. Cool. Yeah, only commanding officer can pick things, and I'm not the commanding officer. Drone number 2. Where's the captain?
Commander Shepard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It'll give us a chance to talk.
The captain said he'd meet me here.
He's on his way. I'm interested in this world we're going to, Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
I wouldn't know.
I've never been there.
But you know of it. It's become something of a symbol for your people, hasn't it? Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies,
I feel like this is so,
but also protect them.
like we're being talked down to. Like pandering? I don't know if that's the right word I'm looking for. And I don't know that that's actually what Nihilus is doing. But when I came into this with the mentality of this character, right, sort of immersing myself in this character, patronizing. That's what I'm looking for. Patronizing. Like, oh, you cute little humans. Oh, this is your first world that you colonized? Oh, it's just so adorable. And I don't know if that's what Nihilus is always doing, but immersing myself into the character that I feel like this Shepard is, that's always the way I took it. Like, is that a threat?
Are you trying to scare me, Spectre?
Your people are still newcomers, Shepard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the commander what's really going on.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
Hey, Bob! Thanks for the bits. Even though the ship is built for long-range missions, and you're supposed to be able to view the entire interior, there's no bathroom you can find. No, it's built into these spacesuits. Very efficient. It's like, yeah, that's obvious.
I already figured that out.
We're making a covert.
I love the way she says that and the way her head is turned when she says it.
The stealth system's operational.
At some point, I gotta go back and retry Andromeda. I mean, again, it was not a winner. I did play some amount of it, but yeah, didn't stick to it and didn't finish it. At some point, I gotta go and play it as like, it's as not a Mass Effect game, and just play it for it by itself. And maybe, you know, maybe I can finish it and enjoy it, but I definitely didn't the first time. Why the secrecy?
There must be a reason you didn't tell me about this, sir?
Yeah, I got bored
This
with it
comes down
too.
from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis. A research
And sometimes things can be like that, where if you go in with certain expectations, it's like, it's bad, but if you go and clear that expectation, it becomes much more enjoyable. I always felt like the second Dragon Age game, if there hadn't been the original Dragon Age, if there was no Dragon Age Origins, and instead there was just Dragon Age 2, people would have thought Dragon Age 2 was a fantastic game. The problem is, compared to the first one, and with the expectations from the first one, Dragon Age 2 felt terrible. And I think it's legitimate to say that Dragon Age 2 was considerably worse than sort of what was expected based on the first one, right? It absolutely did not meet expectations. But I enjoyed playing it through. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I played through it twice, in fact, because I did like it very much for what it was. It wasn't Dragon Age 1, though. A beacon was found. Promethean? Huh.
I thought the Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago.
Their legacy still remains. The mass relays, the Citadel, our ship drives. It's all based on Prothean technology.
I think the reason I liked Dragon Age 2 enough for myself is because I really enjoyed some of the characters. I got invested in some of the characters and some of the relationships in ways that I hadn't necessarily expected the first time through. I don't remember anything about the overall plot, and I guess that'd be quite telling. I cannot tell you the story of Dragon Age 2.
This discovery could affect every...
But I can tell you, like, some of the characters that I really enjoyed and the relationships we developed. Yeah, why did we even tell the Council if this stuff is in human territory?
Why didn't we keep the beacon for ourselves?
You humans don't have the best reputation. Some species see you as selfish, too unpredictable, too independent, even dangerous.
Sharing that beacon will improve relations with the Council. Plus, we need their scientific expertise. They know more about the Protheans than we do.
The beacon's not the only reason I'm here, Shepard.
He's got a great voice. Nihilus?
Action, Commander. He's here to evaluate you.
Like hell he is! No. Why?
What's going on, Captain?
The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long time. Humanity wants a larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. If they accept a human into their ranks, it shows how far the Alliance has come.
Not many could have survived what you went through on Akuz. You showed a remarkable will to live. A particularly useful talent.
I feel like the Soul Survivor background really does flow really well into the idea that we become the first human Spectre.
Why would a Turian want a human in the Spectres?
Not all Turians resent humanity. Some of us see the potential of your species. We see what you have to offer to the rest of the galaxy, and to the Spectres. We are an elite group. It's rare to find an individual with the skills we seek.
The Legendary Edition of Mass Effect 1 still uses the basic Mass Effect 1 gameplay, which is different from 2 and 3, although there are some tweaks that have been made to Mass Effect 1. Some things with the XP system has changed, and all classes have the ability to use all weapons, although still just specialized in the ones that they would normally be associated with. So, like, if I never wanted to spend any XP on my pistol or shotgun skills, then I could use any weapon I wanted and be fine. In practice, I really like the shotgun skills. You can probably expect some things over there.
Just tell me what I have to do.
All
I need
business.
to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together.
You'll be in charge of the ground team. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
I'd like to know more about Eden Prime before we touch down.
It's a peaceful farming world, but it represents something much bigger. Eden Prime is one of our oldest and most successful colonies. It proved we were ready to face the challenges of settling new worlds, to forge a place for humanity beyond Earth. It symbolizes humanity's growth and evolution as a spacefaring species. And after this, it will be known as the world where humans made a discovery of galactic importance.
Why is this beacon so important?
All advanced galactic civilization is based on Prothean technology, even yours.
If we hadn't discovered those Prothean ruins buried on Mars, we'd still be stuck on Earth. That was just a small data cache. Who knows what we can learn from this beacon? What if it's a weapons archive?
Yeah, it's one download for all 3 games. The Legendary Edition's a big download. Although, 93 gigs is smaller than many single games these days. Wrong hands.
Like who?
The Attican Traverse isn't the most stable sector of Citadel space. There are plenty of raiders and criminal groups active in the region. They might figure a Prothean beacon is worth the risk of attacking an Alliance ship. Plus,
I'm having a ginger ale. Canada Dry ginger ale. The Terminus system?
The Attican Traverse is under Citadel protection. If the Terminus systems attack, it's an act of war.
Technically, yes. But some of the species in the Terminus might be willing to start a war over this.
The last thing the Council wants is to get dragged into a major conflict with the Terminus systems. We have to keep this low-key.
Tell me about the Protheans.
What do you know about the Protheans?
Just what they taught us in school. They were a technologically advanced species that ruled the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Then they vanished. Nobody really knows how or why, though I've heard plenty of theories. But everyone agrees, galactic civilization wouldn't exist without them.
Their Citadel is the very heart of galactic society, and without their mass relays, interstellar travel would be impossible. We all owe the Protheans a great debt.
It is really interesting that basically every species in here, you know, normally you're used to these games, or these situations, right, where humans are late to the galactic stage, and there's all these super advanced races and stuff. And to a certain extent, that is sort of the case in the Mass Effect universe. Except really, every race's technology is mostly just based on this Prothean technology. And every race is sort of on the same playing field, where if it wasn't for this stuff from this previous civilization from 50,000 years ago, they would have nothing. I mean, yeah, there's some other incidental techs and things like that, but generally speaking, all the major stuff, all the precursors, yeah, is where it's all coming from. So the fact that humans are sort of late to the galactic stage kind of doesn't matter, because from a technological point of view, to a certain extent, everyone is on the same footing once they discover the Prothean tech. So these other races who think they're all hoity-toity, F those guys.
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting...
We had maybe a disadvantage because we didn't have any Prothean ruins on Earth itself.
Transmission
we had to get to Mars first.
Sir. You better see this.
Bring it up on screen.
Collectors? I don't know what you're talking about. Never heard of collectors.
Get down!
So there's a human supremacist for you, Ashley. I feel my Shepard is a human survivalist. Ashley's a human supremacist, at least at the start of the game.
Taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need.
And that was properly creepy. Like, what? Is that like a giant spaceship hand thing?
No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5.
What is that? I love how, like, his little prongs here, they just twitch though.
17 minutes out
when he like sees that. There's just a moment of like, he's got to tell.
Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
One thing I always have a hard time with in Mass Effect 2 is deciding whether or not Shepard should have scars.
Somebody was doing some serious digging
because of what happens at the start of Mass Effect 2.
Your team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
Who you calling heavy?
Captain? Helping survivors is a second...
Oh good, Jenkins is here.
The beacon's your top priority.
Yeah, Jenkins.
Drop point 1.
Turian flinched to make everyone nervous. Plus, a Turian Spectre flinched at something. Exactly. And this guy's gonna, like, Captain America it. Dropping in the zone.
Throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence.
So it'd be like, it could be like, can we trust him kind of thing. But to me, it's like, no, at this point, it's sort of business time. It's not time to be second guessing. Like that's for in between missions, right? Whether we can trust these damn dirty aliens. But here's like, no, understood, Cap. Or you know what? Yeah, you can count on us. For now.
We've got his back, Captain.
The mission's yours now, Shepard. Good luck.
We are approaching drop point 2.
Jenkins really MVP? Well, someone had to make space for Ashley to join the party.
Oh God, what?
This place got hit hard, Commander. Hostiles everywhere. Keep your guard up.
Smells like smoke and death.
Smoke and death. Pistol out. Roger, roger. Okay. We have flavor text from, like, going to the edge here. I don't think we can fall off. I think there's invisible barriers, but I don't want to push it.
Damn!
What? There we go. The last two were definitely on. I think there is, I guess there is range. There's a variation in the shots here. Pistol's not really the most accurate long-range weapon.
Oh God, what happened here?
Didn't you already say that, Jenkins? Yeah, left shift. Rifle, shotgun, assault things. Tell you what, Jenkins, why don't you use a sniper rifle and stay really long range? And actually, so he can use any of these now. I don't think he used to be able to, because he's a, I think he's just the biotic race, or biotic spec, so normally he'd be pistol only. But we could probably tell him that you could use an assault rifle. Damn, someone had a bad day. Turned into beef jerky. I don't know if you could always use all the weapons in Mass Effect 1. I think, no, in Mass Effect 1, I'm pretty sure you were limited in your weapon selection based on your class. Oh my God, Jenkins, no! Oh! Oh! For Jenkins! Yeah, you were limited. I mean, soldiers could use everything. I think the soldier class was the only one who could use everything. I don't think these gas blobs do anything, but I don't know. They might explode when you get near them, I'm not sure. Jenkins! Jenkins, are you okay?
Ripped right through his shields. Never had a chance.
I gave you a sniper rifle for a reason, you idiot. There's Roberto. Can't help him now. Forget about him. I can't remember. Some of these might give you Renegade and Paragon points. And from a min-max point of view, you want to take any opportunity you can to acquire Paragon and Renegade points when they come up. But I'm gonna try to like roleplay for a bit. I think I'm just gonna say we can't help him now. Not gonna forget about him because that's too cold. We can't. I mean, we can't bury him. I mean, we can say he deserves a burial, but I mean, he'll deserve a burial later. But for now, it's like we can't help him now. We got to stay on mission. And yeah, generally top is Paragon, bottom is Renegade. But I'll go here.
Sometimes Marines die. The rest of us just have to carry on. We still have to find that beacon.
Honestly, it was a little colder than I expected. Can I switch weapons with numbers? No. Oh, I think the numbers are like hotkeys for abilities, right? Yeah. I'm gonna use an assault rifle, since normally I wouldn't be able to do this. Oh, F keys for the weapons? And gel, right. Omni-gel, bypass, both can be acquired. How does the looting work in this game? I think you get a note on the screen when there's loot to be had, and then there's a button you can hit to pick it up. Use V to heal the squad. Well, I guess, Caden... It's Caden, right? Caden Alenko? I think he did just take some damage, but... Yeah. Handshakes. Doesn't help that I had some coffee this morning.
A lot of bodies. I'm gonna check it out. I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
Oh yeah, the first one did have the cover system. It works better in the later games, right? I can't remember how it changes. Left shift to issue orders.
Negative.
Right. So you can hold this. Attack, CUNY, tell people to move, right, regroup. Okay. So I could tell, like, Caden, you point? Or I guess I point where I want him to go, then hold shift. Alright. CUNY's not doing anything here, but sure. I keep trying to hold shift to run. Did it auto-loot? Oh, no. Oh, something auto-looted. Some money, XP, more dead bodies.
That's it. Bag him.
Oh, you can use Q, E, and Z when you don't hold shift. Thank you. Wait, they removed punching the reporter? No. No! That's the thing I was most looking forward to. Oh, this is pretty disturbing. Shout out to Legion, one of my favorite NPCs in later games. What? Why are you shooting the hill? Caden! Come on! I'd say something about wasting ammo, but Mass Effect 1 doesn't have ammo. I'm trying to run with shift.
Thanks for your help, Commander. I didn't think I was gonna make it. Gunnery
Bad hill.
Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, ma'am?
Are you wounded, Williams?
A few scrapes and burns. Nothing serious.
There's no ammo. There's heat generation in Mass Effect 1.
Oh, man.
And in Mass Effect 2 forward, they explain the weapons still don't use ammo, but your ammo packs are really just heat sinks that you eject.
I've been fighting for my life ever since.
Which is like, yeah, okay, whatever, but I don't know. I feel as a sole survivor here, I'm like feeling like, what happened to your unit, right? I'm like seeing myself in Ash.
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon, but we walked into an ambush. I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
No, don't blame yourself. Like, oh, or if we see ourselves, do we have survivor's guilt about being a sole survivor? Maybe we have survivor's guilt, and since we see ourselves in her right now, we think, yeah, you abandoned them, because that's what I think for myself.
You just left the rest of your unit behind to die?
We held our position as long as we could. The Geth overwhelmed us.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
Alright, stick with us.
We could use your help, Williams.
Aye, aye, ma'am. It's time for payback.
Payback. Tell me about the Geth.
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms with limited AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile. Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil. Nobody's really heard much from them since.
You know anything about the beacon?
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing some digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony.
Question is Tali, Liara, or Ashley? Well, Liara is a love, Tali is a best friend, and Ashley is fine.
Us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main...
In Prime is a monorail, crossover with City Skylines.
Routine patrol, until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
Have you seen a Turian Spectre around here?
There aren't any Turians on Eden Prime. None that I've ever met. Not sure I'd be able to tell if one was a Spectre anyway.
If you saw this guy, you'd know. Carries enough firepower to wipe out a whole platoon. Luckily, he's on our side.
I don't know, I think we have more guns strapped onto us than he does.
Like I said, no Turians.
Move out!
Weird tone change. Oh, do we actually have talent suspend? Oh yeah! I have 3 points. So, one of the things I think is you'll often want to level up, at least for me, I want to level up the conversation options as quickly as possible. To not mess out on some interesting side dialogue and stuff like that. So I feel like what we're going to do is we're going to start and get some intimidation in here early on. Because again, I think that's the sort of, at least early on, I feel like I've got a shift with Shepard over time. But yeah, we're gonna put some points into Intimidate. We're going to bring it up to the max over here. Caden, meanwhile, we're going to want... It's electronics that we need to have someone in a party with electronics, right? To be able to, like, hack locks or computers or something. So getting Caden to the point where he can unlock electronics, which is here, I think is very handy. I think, like, medicine, or using first aid to unlock medicine is another one that's, like, quite handy, but I kind of feel like we're going to dump some points in decryption for him right now. Okay, can I put more points? 1. Oh, it's limited right now. I see. Usually their base stuff is kind of nice to just grab. I guess if we could level up Sentinel and just get him to just use his pistol, since this does increase his pistol damage and accuracy. Or, you know what? Let's unlock Barrier, so that he's got that as an option. And then Ash, same thing. We'll unlock her Assault Rifle skill. And then... I think just the one person with the best first aid in the party is what gets used stat-wise. I'll just put another point in her Assault Rifle and call it good enough for now. So, Kid, yeah, use your pistol. I think they automatically default to using their normal stuff. And the other thing I'm going to do is... Squad, you can use all your powers anytime. I don't want to tell you when you use your powers. It doesn't sound like fun to me.
The beacon's at the far end of this trench.
Oh yes, reduced Omnigel. Can we change these weapons right now? I think so. Equipment screen. So this is something that goes away in Mass Effect 2. Some of this micromanagement. We can get weapon mods, which is fun. Where do we switch? Oh, there's where we switch the armor. So right now I've got Scorpion 1 armor on. Okay, there you go. I see. Hold on. No, I'm wearing Onyx. I can switch to the Scorpion. The Scorpion seems better in every way. Perfect. Okay. And I don't think it, like, any of these others are worth a swap. Oh yeah, the blue wire tools and the amp, that's right. Oh, is he a Sentinel? He has both the Omni tool for the tech and then the biotic over here? Okay, maybe he's a Sentinel, not the full psychic. I see. Then his armor's fine. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I need to... Oh, wait, I can give them the bullets. Here, use some chemical rounds. Can't remember, you get a type of round that's good against bot armor, right? I don't remember what... I think I came from there. Don't tell me where to take cover. Fine. Okay. Well, there's nothing there right now.
Enemy contact.
Why isn't jumping into cover here? Okay, now it is. But I can't shoot from here. Mass Effect cover system! Do I have some powers now? What do I have? I have warp. I can drag that over here, right? Yes. Oh, and throw. That sounds like fun. And each ability has its own cooldown. Like, if I use one ability, it doesn't reset the cooldown for the other, I don't think. What are we shooting at here? Come on, squad. Do headshots make a difference in this game? I don't think I left any loot behind over there. I think this was where the beacon was.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
I don't remember the AI being so bad at just shooting at walls all the time.
Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe...
Heads are double damage?
Camp. It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Change of plans, Shepard. There's a small spaceport up ahead. I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
Yeah, definitely shot at walls, yeah. It must have. It's just one of those rose-tinted things, because it was 2007. You didn't expect that much from an AI.
Looks like they hit the camp hard.
It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up.
What are these guys called? Husks? Is it husks?
Oh god, they're still alive.
What did the Geth do to them?
Jog animation takes you back. Although it is interesting because the jogging was not something you could do out of combat in Mass Effect 1. Oh my god! None of those shots hit! I guess it does have the, Oh my god. It's so inaccurate. I should just go and shotgun things. What is it, F3? No, I don't... Can I drag the weapon to a slot? Maybe I can do that. But let's just start shotgunning things. There's so much spray. There was one guy, like, he was standing there, and all the bullets were going around him in every direction. Ah! There's some survivors in one of these boxes over here. Maybe it's just up there. I thought there was something right here, too. But I might just be, misremembering. We might do a full playthrough. It'll mostly depend on how interested people are in watching. Is there a key to like quickly loot all? I don't remember. Safest place to stand in front of a weapon. I'm gonna do a save here. I think it auto saves whenever you like transition. There might be a timed auto save. I don't remember, but. Required decryption or electronics to access. If anyone has the required talents, you'll be able to unlock it using decryption or electronics interface. Advanced Central Core. Oh yeah! This is the spinny thing, right? You're like, boop, 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 trying to get to the middle. That's how hacking works in real life too, you guys.
Humans. Thank the Maker.
Hurry! Close the door before they come back.
Tell me what happened.
How did you end up in this shed?
Yes, Circle Frogger, yeah.
They must have come here for the beacon. Luckily, it wasn't here. It was moved to the spaceport earlier this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save.
What I like about this is I don't have to talk that much.
The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. 1 second we were gathering up our equipment. The next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the destroyers, bringers of darkness, heralds of our extinction.
We could hear the battle outside. Gunfire, screams. I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move, until you came along.
Did you notice a Turian in the area?
I saw him, the Prophet,
okay.
Leader of the enemy. He was here.
Hang on, I gotta turn off.
That's impossible.
How do you turn off the fucking origin?
He couldn't have been here.
You know what? I'm just gonna unfriend some people
I'm
on
sorry,
Origin.
Manuel's still a bit unsettled. We haven't seen your Turian. We've been hiding in here since the attack.
So I'm getting some like pop-ups of people going in and out of games. It's like, no. Hold on. Application settings, notifications, disable. Let's disable all these notifications. All right, and all those. I guess I want to know if I have got an achievement. Okay, I can leave those on. I just want to become antisocial. I'm worried that the notifications might cover up because what, bottom right and bottom left corner, or maybe just bottom right corner, you get the Paragon Renegade bonus actions, which is, I think, going to be relevant in a second.
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network, remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are...
Oh, I know. Hey, Matt. Thank you. Started streaming on Twitch. Been watching you for years. Thanks for all the great content here on YouTube. Thank you very much.
Manuel, please. This isn't the time.
Your assistant's crazy.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No.
Always calibrating.
No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after...
Oh, there you go. It's not the on-screen pop-up here. I can shut him up.
Say goodnight, Manuel.
You cannot silence the truth. My voice must be heard.
Oh my god! What did you do?
That might have been a little extreme.
Gotta get those renegade points.
You can't just go around whacking people in the head.
It was only a matter of time till he did something crazy and dangerous.
I suppose you're right. By the time he wakes up, the meds will have kicked in.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
Good luck, Commander.
Renegade points. Yeah. Get out of my way. I don't think there's anything else here. Because this guy... Oh, no, it's at the spaceport there's the guy that's hiding. That you can pump for more information. He deserved it. Looked like he smoked the beacon. Nihilus does have the best face. I don't know if those are supposed to be skin markings or paint. I don't remember. But the white on black is so cool. Especially compared to this guy. So boring.
This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Top 10 anime betrayal. I think it's great that you hear the gunshot outside of the cutscene. I think that's a really good touch. The music here, and then the Sentinel ship, or the whatever.
Look at the size of it.
I guess it's the Reaper ship. And with the sparks and the smoke and the music, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? The Sovereign, that's what it is. Yeah, we don't know anything about it right now. Yeah, I think like there's more smoke particles and effects this time around. And the sounds. Oh, there's some dudes down there. Here, let's see if I can snipe. Oh wow, there's like no accuracy to the snipe. Oh my god. The targeting circle is just so big. Even if I could use a sniper rifle, which I can't, that wouldn't work. Oh, no, I don't want to switch your weapon, sorry. Well, no, I do want you to use an assault rifle. Oh, wait, was I still... Oh, I switched hers, not mine. I did that wrong. That explains why I wasn't zooming in properly. Where the fuck is this? He's just hiding in cover, isn't he? I can just barely see his head. Hey, I sniped a dude! Oh, shit. I don't know why the shotgun's third in the list. To me, it should go pistol, shotgun, rifle. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It is weird, you can't use your powers while you're switching weapons. Oh, I forgot they like to explode. But yeah, while I'm in the weapon switching animation, I couldn't actually use my lift, which seems a little weird. Or my throw, I should say. Okay. Can I drag weapons up here? No. There must be weapon switching hotkeys, right? Oh, you can scroll. Oh, there we go. No, the F1 and F2. Okay, it does work. The pistols are actually fairly accurate at range. So really, I want to F1, F3, I guess. I actually found myself doing a lot of pistol thing, I think, here. Oh yeah, and these things can be exploded, which we could have used in combat.
Commander, it's Nihilus.
Yeah, well, I got loot first. There we go.
Something's moving over behind those crates.
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm one of you! I'm human!
Who are you?
What are you doing sneaking around back there?
That's not what I asked. I said,
saw
who are you?
hiding from those creatures. My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
What the hell are you talking about?
There were 2 Turians here. Your friend and another one he called Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down.
Another container? Okay.
Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform.
As far as I know, the current conversation only advances if you pick things on the right.
Train right after he killed your friend. I knew
So the left is always, you can get extra info.
It's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
But it does look like maybe both of those would have gone to the same place in this case.
How come you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
Because I was smuggling grenades.
Chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait a minute. You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You survived because you're lazy?
You ditch work, then you cower back here and do nothing while the Geth butcher everyone else.
I don't even have a gun. What was I supposed to do? Run out there and...
He's got a point.
I couldn't save them. Nobody could. It was horrible.
Tell me about the Geth attack.
It was quick. 1 minute that ship was descending, the next, those Geth were swarming over the platform. Thousands of them. They must have been inside that mothership. They shot anything that moved. It was a massacre.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise,
Yeah, that brom sound.
Right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went. I can't stay here. I need to get away from all this.
Oh, there's some red blips ahead. I picked up the loot there. Can I leave another one? Someone said something, there was a loot container behind us. I don't see any other loot over here. I don't know. It's fine. It's not like... you know, there's a sense of you want to pick up every piece of loot there is, but at the same time, the, level 1 loot is kind of crap. I did loot that one. Maybe that's what people were just talking about. Oh, there's one over here. An upgrade kit. Now that's handy. Oh, yeah! We have grenades, which I've never used. Alright. Where is this? There it is. Shoot him some more. This bit over here on the other side of the just lootable? No. This part over here was always my least favorite. It felt terrible because what you actually ended up with, there was like this engagement range over here, you could see the enemies, but they weren't active yet because they were sort of outside of the activation radius. You could see them, you couldn't shoot them, so you had to move forward until you're like, it always felt like their activation range was really short. So you had to move forward close enough for them to start to become active before you could hit them. But it's like, it felt like such bad combat tactics, and I was always curious here with Legendary as to whether or not that would get fixed. And it seems so. If I could get properly in the cover here. Oh, you're not dead yet. I don't even know if that's hitting him. I mean, that hit him, but I was trying to go for headshots. They do have very tiny heads, though. Is it like R or G for grenade? G. I guess it only explodes when it hits something. This guy's not leaving cover. Where are you, punk? Yeah, just Leroy Jenkins all the time. Fire? Fire? I had to... So I zoomed to use power, and it wouldn't let me shoot the gun until I dropped cover, and then went back into it. Which seems like it might be a little bit of a glitch. Their heads are like too small to hit. I really have to go for the center of mass shots. Feels like there's someone right behind that cover. Well, I think that's what the outline is. When does the grenade detonate? Is it proximity charged? That took a while. Press G again to detonate the grenades? Hang on. Okay, no, that's cool, thank you. That's very helpful. I don't know if I left any loot behind. But yeah, I always felt like this fight was the worst fight in the entire game. Because it is annoying that they hide behind cover. You get the problem where you'll see an enemy in the distance, but you can't actually hit them. And it just felt very boring and linear. And I thought it was a very poor decision to have this fight in the very first mission. Because it's important for, like, the first, hour of gameplay to be as solid as possible. And I felt like this was not... Yeah, and you can detonate the mirror. Thanks for the reminder. And I felt like this was a very poor fight on this first mission.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire...
I thought the story development in the first mission was good. But the running around, the area you were fighting in, and the nature of the fights were a little poor. And maybe the problem is that all the combat in Mass Effect 1 is not great, but by the time you get past the first bit, you don't care anymore because you're so invested. No, the big geth that that starts in the middle of the hall, if you're far enough away, you could still see him. Maybe with like graphics set to the max, you could see him, but you literally couldn't snipe him. You could sit there, you could like spend 100 shots, and nothing would happen until you got close enough for them to start being mobile, and then it was okay. Oh fuck, this is the explosions! Right!
Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them.
I should probably save here. Oh shit, I can't save because we're in combat. Right. At least I can run outside of combat now, although it's awkward as fuck. I don't remember where I've got to go. Probably gonna miss one of these and die. Someone set us up the bomb. Were they always on the minimap? I felt like this was an area that a lot of players needed a couple of tries to get through. Oh, that would happen. You could get your sensor jammed, and that always like made it a little trickier. And it didn't help that your AI buddies were kind of incompetent. Oh, I'm nearly dead. What's the shit? I was about to say, what's the key for healing? Sorry, I was looking at chat and trying to do conversation and not paying any attention to my health.
Demolition charges.
Yeah, game volume. Let's lower the game sounds a little as well. Sorry about that. I was trying to pay attention to a few too many things that I wasn't watching the health.
Hurry! We need to find.
At least there's an autosave right there. Okay. The key to healing is doing it before you die. Heyo! All right, that's pretty funny. Oop. Keep trying to hold shift to run. Oh no! Well, it didn't do any damage to me. I didn't expect it to get caught on the train right there. That was bad. Oop, I thought I was on... Wait a minute. Okay, this explains some of my confusion. F1 is my pistol, which makes sense. F2 is my shotgun. Even though the rifle is second in the list over here, F2 is actually my shotgun, and F3 is my assault rifle. So I'm hitting F2, it's equipping my shotgun, which is the third thing in my list. Probably because this class normally just has two weapons. In basic Mass Effect 1, the Vanguard could literally only use the pistol and the shotgun. So they were probably mapped to F1 and F2 for default. But that is leading to some confusion right now. Okay, because there was another encounter earlier where I'm like, something ain't right. It's not switching to the weapons I expected. Yeah, you can remap them, and I might. Oh yeah, they put up their shields. I think you can just shoot the shields down. You're saying ME2 added the full restrictions? I thought it was the other way around. I don't know. Well, whichever. My cooldowns up? They are. Can I think I can target them through shit like that. I'm not sure. Just keep shooting. I guess I got the other one. I wish you could just hit space again to loot everything. Where's the last one? Oh, there it is. Like, it's right here on my mini-map. Is this actually the last one? Yeah, it's the last one. Alright, time to hug a beacon. Turned around as I was leading him. I have no idea if I hit him there. So F3 if I want the assault rifle. Okay. Going to skirt around the beacon first because I think... Can't remember. I think if you don't loot first, you may not get a chance to do it once you go and hug the bacon. I don't remember. I think the mission ends once you touch the bacon. Let me... these are Omnigel over here, right? So we have some Omnigel. can always omnigel things later. Once I figure out what I'm doing, I think. Oh, I guess I have to explicitly touch the beacon. I thought you had just had to, like, if you got close, it triggered things. I don't think there's anything over there. Alright. Pokey pokey. The fatigue meter might be new, just because you didn't have out-of-combat sprinting in ME1.
The beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
Okay, whoever touches the beacon without permission, you're gonna get left behind on a planet later. I'm just saying. I'm not picking favorites. I'm just saying whoever fucks with the beacon, you're not gonna get saved later on when there's a decision. It was out of my hands, you guys. Sorry, Caden.
Shepard! No, don't touch it. It's too...
This was cool. No, it's not Raiden. Caden, it's not random. Caden always is the one. He's sidekick. He's got the bionic stuff, which I think is why he was sort of pulled in there. Which is why I always like the Vanguard run, because we have the bionic powers, or biotic powers as well. So it always fit, to me, the story better. But I suppose even the soldier Shepard might have, like, some biotic potential. Just never went through the training, never got the implant. Wait, it's based on what Shepard you picked?
We identified the ship that touched down.
Wait, does Ashley interact with the beacon if you're male Shepard?
A human alliance vessel. It was under the...
I assume Caden always did it.
They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
And yes, voiced by Marina Sirtis. I didn't know that. I have done... Did I not do a male run of Mass Effect 1? No, I did. I must have just forgotten it. Personal space, dude.
This human must be eliminated.
And yes, of course you can be non-biotic and still get it. But in my head canon, it's the biotic part that makes you link with the beacon.
Dr. Chakwas. I think she's waking up.
You had us worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
Of course we're fine. No, right to business. What happened?
How did I end up here? How long was I out?
About 15 hours.
About 15 years.
Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
You were careless!
I expect better of you, Lieutenant. You endangered the entire mission.
Don't be so hard on him, Commander. We have no idea if that's what actually set it off. Unfortunately, we'll never get the chance to find out.
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. Williams and I had to carry you back here to the ship.
I don't suppose it occurred to you that Eden Prime has...
No, that's not the vibe I wanted.
Listen, you're better off in this infirmary than in any hospital on Eden Prime. Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity.
Yeah, Chakwas does look younger. I mean, they removed some of the skin mottling.
Rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
I saw... I'm not sure what I saw. Death, destruction... Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
Did we leave Gunnery Chief Williams back on Eden Prime?
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
That's a mistake. No, come on.
Williams is a good soldier. She deserves it.
She's already feeling bad about how she treated her on the surface.
That's why I added her to our crew.
I feel bad about the idiot. I mean, Jenkins.
I don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your fault. You did a good job, Shepard.
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things...
Yeah, I forgot that Edie doesn't show up until Mass Effect 2.
Is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading.
It sucks when series only get their best character in Season 2, right? Something Avatar: The Last Airbender. Council wants answers. To hell with the Council!
The Council can kiss my ass. I won't let them blame me for losing the beacon. I didn't do anything wrong.
Sort of, anyway, yeah.
I'll stand behind you and your reports, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the...
Iroh was in Season 1. Well, okay, alright.
But if he's working with the Geth...
Iroh Toph,
he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
How could you hate humans? We're so cool.
Why?
He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way. Most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why. I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
I'm really not sure, actually.
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of...
I think both options lead to exactly the same text.
A vision? A vision of what?
War. War never changes.
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
Forget it seems weird. First of all, like, this is your captain you're speaking to. It does feel like they've got a pretty, like, mutual respecty kind of relationship going on. But forget it feels like not the kind of renegade that I imagine my early Shepard is, right? Again, I feel like over the course of things, she does become more Paragon the way... Because the story just sort of, like, makes me feel that way. It's hard to, like... I'm not a full-on asshole. I don't like the aliens, but that feels a little like... I don't know. It's like, yeah, what are we going to say? What are we going to say to these guys?
What are we going to tell them? I had a bad dream?
See, I like that. Perfect.
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll stop him.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre.
Saren is such a Karen.
He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
They like this, though. They can't help us. Only humans can help humans.
When have they ever done anything for humanity?
If we expose Saren as a traitor, the Council will revoke his Spectre status. I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close.
Doesn't Keith David voice some of the characters in, like, either Justice League or Young Justice or something like that? Like, he voices so many things. Yeah, the President in Rick and Morty. Yeah. Of course, know him from Community. Yeah, he voices a lot. Oh, he's in the Saints Row game? No, he's not John Jones. Or am I getting confused? Because we're talking about the guy from Community, right? Which is not who John Jones is in Supergirl. He played himself in Saints Row? Vice President Keith David. Oh, that's funny. Who is he in Archer? I mean, he's not one of the main characters in Archer. A couple of voices in Young Justice, Justice League game. I like Endzone. Oh yeah, Endzone's a great game. Ooh. Oh, right. Replenish Medigel between missions. Hey, Caden.
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
Why did you touch the thing?
I'm glad to see you're okay. Losing Jenkins was hard on the crew, and...
Oh, he's Lana's father in Archer, right. That was a great episode.
Things were pretty rough down there.
Yeah, you never get used to seeing dead civilians. It doesn't seem right somehow. But at least you stopped Saren from wiping out the whole colony.
I think, you know, something about the lighting is making her look like complete plastic here. The lighting and the pose. I think there's just a lot of like sort of self-doubt in here. I think there's some PTSD, some self-doubt in my canonical version of Shepard at the start of Mass Effect 1 that she has to work through.
Dead Marines, dead colonists, and in the end, we still didn't get that beacon.
Maybe you're right. Things went bad, real bad. I still can't believe we lost Jenkins.
He'll be missed. He'll be missed! Unlike the laser beams that killed him.
Yeah, I wish I could have done something to save him.
I was there. You did everything right.
Did you ever go back to Eden Prime? I don't think so, no.
It's been a hell of a shakedown cruise. Our first mission ends with one Spectre killing another. The Citadel Council's not going to be happy about that. Probably use it to lever more concessions out of the Alliance.
What are these going to mean?
You've got a good grasp of the situation.
Okay, alright.
You a career man?
Yeah, a lot of biotics are. We're not restricted, but we sure don't go undocumented. May as well get a paycheck for it. Besides, my father served. I made him proud when I enlisted. Eventually. But is that why you're here? Because of your family?
Solovar as well? Oh, wow. So I don't think she's in it for the action at all, but she might say that. I don't know. I'm curious as to what option 1 leads to.
My family were homesteaders on Mindwar. I'm the only one left.
Feels like her neck is too long,
Beyond that.
or her chin is too short.
I imagine that bought you any.
I think she looks fine when she's in her armor. Just in this wear here, something's not right.
Tell me why?
I think that's just Mass Effect 1. I think that's just left over from Mass Effect 1.
The captain hopes the ambassador can get an
Her neck
audience
looks
with the
thicker than her
council.
head. Yeah.
Tell them what Saren's been up to.
Her head's too small.
They'd probably like to know he's not working for them anymore. Whatever happens, we'll be ready, Commander.
His eyebrow game is on point, though. Look at that. Oh, that is some eyebrow. Fantastic. All right. Hey, Doctor.
Yes, Commander?
She's great. And yeah, in Mass Effect 2, you can, like, have a drink with her, and it's wonderful. Like, she's not even a secondary character. She feels like tertiary character. You know, she's, like, lower down the list of people who get airtime than, say, Joker, for example, right? So when I'm saying, like, she's my favorite of the minor characters, I'm like, I don't consider Joker, especially from Mass Effect 2 forward, I don't consider Joker to be there. There's not a whole lot in Mass Effect 1 for these guys, but yeah. It's like, because Joker's in a higher tier of, like, attention level.
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school.
Yeah, see, the collars are fine. We just need a high collar on our ship wear.
I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending
Joker's the pilot,
tough soldiers
voiced by
with
Seth Green.
eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity.
Joker still feels like Bridge Crew's more of a guest star. Yeah, maybe. Right, Joker's a regular in the series. She's a, you know, occasional guest star.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth. Or maybe taking a position at one of the new
I love her voice, too.
in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now. He knows when to let things slide and when to crack the whip.
It's the guess the techno-chipped empire. Ooh, maybe.
And he cares about the people under his command.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though.
I think what I like her accent because it's not
easy being an L2.
it's not over the top. It's just in there enough to give you a little flavor.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
Yeah, he gets headaches, I think.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long...
Oh, right, more than headaches.
Caden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
Yeah, he's so lucky. All right.
Goodbye, Commander.
Hey, Ash.
After what happened to Jenkins, the crew could use some good news.
Okay, the Mass Effect 1 female character models have entirely whacked out necks. I think it's just because of their way their combat armor looks when they're in their actual armor. It looks fine there. I think their out of combat look is just something's weird. Crew could use some good news. They'll be glad to hear you're okay. Why are you in the Normandy? Yeah, here's the question: is this gonna be voiced like Dumbledore in the novel or Dumbledore in the movie? It's like, why? Asking calmly, why are you on the Normandy? You know, like, what made you choose to stay here? Or, why the fuck are you on...
You're not assigned to this ship.
Captain Anderson had me transferred to his command. Must have figured I knew what I was doing.
Sorry if I upset you. What, something wrong? Hey!
You have a problem with me, Chief?
I've never been mean to Ashley before. What happens if I keep, like, being a shit to her? I don't hate Ashley. I'm just kind of curious as to where this goes.
Best way to stop that is to show me you're competent. But I don't remember inviting you to come back to the ship with us.
You didn't. Captain Anderson did.
They didn't speak her sir. Her voice line doesn't have the sir. Listen, okay, you know what? You're right.
I think we got off on the wrong foot, Williams. Maybe we could start again.
I'm not one to hold a grudge. I think we're all looking to put Eden Prime behind us.
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
So again, I still feel the mission failed, but I think here I'm going to be like, hold on, I'm trying to make a little bit of amends. It's like, yeah, you helped, you know, could have been worse. Especially, you know, I'm taking the mission failed onto myself. I'm not going to blame other people around me for having the mission fail.
We couldn't have done it without you, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
And yeah, any like visual like things with the modeling, the eyes, this is still miles better than the original Mass Effect 1. There's, you know, they improved the textures and I think, you know, the number of polygons and the models and things like that, but they didn't reanimate the game completely. So it's still going to suffer from 2007 game. Yeah, glad to have you. See, I'm not going to keep being a shit at her.
I think you're gonna fit in here just fine, Williams.
And yeah, better than Andromeda. Especially at release. Andromeda was so awkward. Can I open my locker? Hello. Ooh! Alright. Yeah, we'll upgrade that weapon soon. Anything going on back here? Are these cryo sleep pods? I guess these might just be the beds, period. Because I don't think we have bunks. Yeah, 3D ages like milk, yeah. Captain? Shepard.
Go speak to Joker when you're ready. Tell him to bring the Normandy into dock.
Oh, I guess we go to the Citadel right away. That makes sense. And that the other side is the medical room, and then there's that. And I guess the SR1, the Mass Effect 1 Normandy, is not that big. Oh, there's the elevator over here. No, yeah, we'll go up to the bridge. Okay, that was a long delay before the door opened. Oh, anything in here? I don't think so. Oh, I can examine. Get some codex entry. And some XP. Not that it's a ton of extra XP, but what the hell, right?
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was...
Oh yeah, and I'm streaming at 30 frames per second. Because just... most of the games I stream don't really need it too much. Yeah, manual codex. Sorry, did I just talk to President?
I'm glad you're okay,
oh, yeah.
Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard.
And then some of these, occasionally, depends on what scene you're in. As you advance through the story, you sometimes get some codex entries on some of the systems. But I like this. Like, this feels... I don't know what all these different stations are doing. You know, this one's probably accounting. You know, this human resources over here. Because it's like, there's only so many systems maybe on the ship, unless they're all like gun systems and things. But they look cool. They look very functional. Gaming, yeah. Alright, Joker.
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
This is the other unskippable cutscene. Or maybe this is... no, I think the intro one is, and then this one here... because they've already shown us the Mass Effect relay once. So I think they're not showing us the Mass Effect relay again. We just warped in, it was fine. But the intro to the Citadel is unskippable, and it looks so cool. He's playing Galaga, yeah. Thought you didn't notice. First Avengers movie. Fuck yes, the Citadel. God damn. Well, some people skip cutscenes, you know, by default, or you could accidentally hit the spacebar. So they make sure you can't skip this because it's critical to the story.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower, too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side, then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
And these cutscenes, they really do work well. Hey, Cyclovex! I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite live stream on the Citadel. Thank you very much, Cyclovex. God, it's gorgeous.
This is an outrage. The Council would...
oh, Ambassador Buttface.
...attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems.
Whoa! Victim blaming? Not cool, bro.
The risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action. You don't get to make
Oh, that's right. I was going to make a comment about, like, the best characters not arriving until Season 2 with Mass Effect. It's not about EDI. It's about a certain Solarian scientist not arriving until Mass Effect 2.
Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
It's dangerous. They're blind.
I'm not gonna sit on my ass just because the Council doesn't want to do anything. If they won't stop Saren, I will.
That's it. My Shepard hates the Council early on.
Jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres? The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
Where's the punch this guy in the face button?
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Renegade points. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can we go to the Volus and Elcor office right away? They're the best! Okay. Let's see.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
Big place.
Mm-hmm. Let's steal from Udina's bank account here. Alliance Patrol Report. Captain Hendrickson reported some unusual energy readings during a patrol of the Argus Rogue Cluster. She had particular concerns about the Hydra system. Hail Hydra! But was recalled before her team could investigate further. No patrols are scheduled for that sector. Do you want to send in a recon team? Something to add to the journal. Is there nothing else over here? Okay. Hail Hydrate. Should probably have something else. Get some liquidation in me.
I understand what you're saying, but these allegations are very...
It's so quiet right here.
I can...
I'm gonna do a save because we haven't done one in a little bit. Although again, it does autosave when you do scene transitions and all sorts of things.
Reputation is at stake. Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
These are my absolute favorite race.
You seem distressed.
I'm Commander Shepard, and it's my favorite race in the Citadel.
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong, and it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
They remind me of Eeyore.
What did this Asari do to get you so upset?
I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
So the thing with the Elcor, and you do get some lore with them later, is they can't really modulate the tone of their voice. So I think normally they convey sort of intention and feeling and emotion through like pheromones or other types of stuff going on. And so when they're communicating with other races, including humans, they state out loud what the mood, the tone is. So it's like, yeah, sincere apology, colon, da 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 da.
Pleased greeting. Human, it is always good to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
I love it so much! They're so sweet!
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
The Elcor Hamlet from Mass Effect 3.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our...
I think for the minor races, it goes Elcor, and then, what are the dudes who worship the Enkindlers? The, like, floaty, like, jellyfish dudes. The Hanar, yes. It's like Elcor and Hanar, of the minor races, are my favorites.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm. I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
Tell me about the history and origins of the...
None of this matters, and it's the best parts of Mass Effect.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council's space.
Yeah, Blasto.
When Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one life...
The sound ducking is just built into OBS.
...regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
Alright.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you.
Sincere farewell.
Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
Earth Clan, you are in the wrong place, I think.
These guys are a little abrasive, but I do actually like them a lot, too.
Large office.
I kind of just want to rub their belly.
Remark. Don't be so rude, Dan. At least introduce yourself.
I am Din Korlak, Volus Ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, Earth Clan?
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Chastising rebuke, Din. Your species has always been granted many concessions. Volus territory has expanded tenfold since coming to the Citadel.
Details. We still have no real say in the decisions that affect Citadel space.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
We're going to need the list of these are called caretakers, right? We need a list of caretaker locations at some point. Very soon, I think. That room is locked. We're going to go into there later. I don't remember what's there, but... These low-ass doors. Apparently they've sped up the elevators. You got to keep the elevators because amazing conversations happen in them. But apparently they've finally sped up the elevators.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
What is this place?
This is the Presidium. More specifically, you're at
so the elevator was a loading screen. And that's indeed the case. They didn't want to have explicit loading screens. They wanted things to feel mostly seamless. But the elevators really did bring you to a very different location. And so what they have to do, right? Loading screens, what they effectively do is they unload everything where you're in and then load everything else. And normally what happens is they put up a loading screen and then they're able to just like rapidly dump everything and rapidly load everything as quickly as possible. But they didn't want a loading screen, so they have you in the elevator. But because it never stops the action, right? The characters are still there, things are still being 3D rendered and all those things, and they can't have it stutter. So they have to gently unload stuff and then gently load in the new, which meant that these elevator rides were really long while they did all that, especially back in the day. But they've sped that up a fair bit.
What's that?
Oh, Avina is the virtual guide for the Citadel. Feel free to access the terminal yourself.
I don't know if it's ever explained. The sort of hair that these guys have. Is it hair? Is it hard? Is mostly what I mean. Like, because it looks like it's just sort of slicked back, right? Or held back. I don't think you ever see any of the, sorry, right? With, like, the head tentacles, like, up. But it's almost like, it would be cool if they got angry and they just went, like, ah, kind of thing. But yeah, so is it hard like cartilage? Is it fixed? Is it horn-like? I don't know. They have hard-ish hair tentacles? Maybe it's like when they're kids, they have like little soft hair that you could sort of like, you know, fruffle up, and then as they age, they sort of stiffen into location.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the embassies.
You seem to be distracted.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics.
More like cartilage, not tentacles. So they're not hard, but it's like ears, right? Ears, they're like sproing, so maybe it's that. You like, when it's time to like take a shower, you like lift the tentacles and scrub underneath them. Make sure to scrub behind your tentacles.
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Your ears don't make a sproing sound? You may want to get that checked.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your...
I don't think we have to go. I think that's a bar up there. We can just go there later. It's fine. Solarians!
Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual guide throughout this level of the Citadel space station.
Cortana only wishes she was as cool as the Avina system.
So are you a person or a program?
I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence, programmed to provide spontaneous guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium VI terminals, should you require assistance.
Give me the tour.
You are standing at Presidium Tourism Terminal 1. On either side of this lobby are the embassies of the various Citadel races, along with CSEC headquarters. On the far end of this level, you can see the Citadel Tower, where the Council meets regularly to discuss matters of...
Yeah, Kay's definitely going to be the one who gets left behind.
Goodbye.
That's just the way it goes.
And thank you for using Avina. Please enjoy your visit to the Citadel.
These guys just always look like they're sort of creepy and planning stuff. You know, ready. They're just always sizing everyone up to figure out if they can just, like, kill them all. Time to go to the Citadel Tower. Wow, loading speed.
Saren's hiding something. Give me more time. Stall them.
Stall the council? Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is
Garrus.
over, Garrus.
Commander Shepard, Garrus Vicarian. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren.
Who were you just talking to?
That was Executor Palin, head of Citadel Security, my boss. He'll be presenting my findings on Saren to the
It's
council.
so fresh and new. Oh, right. Yeah, he goes through some rough times in Mass Effect 2. I forgot about that.
Sounds like you really want to bring him down.
I don't trust him.
See, her neck doesn't look as weird with the turtleneck thing going on.
Everything he touches is classified. I can't find any hard evidence.
I think the council's ready for us, Commander.
Good luck, Shepard. Maybe they'll listen to you.
Yeah, I never really understood it, but as I understand it, Garrus is very, very popular with female gamers. Never really did it for me. I like him, though. Like, I really like him. But, yeah. I like, what's his name? The religious assassin in Mass Effect 2, I assume. Thane. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't be ridiculous. The Volus won't be joining the council for years.
I'm not just overhearing things.
The humans are making a strong push, and you can bet the Volus will be right on their coattails if they succeed.
Allowing the humans to join us is a sound...
He's the best space alien boyfriend. Can't go over his voice. Who, Garrus or Thane? They both have really good voices.
You may be right, though the Hanar need to lighten up a bit.
The Hanar literally float. They can't get any lighter.
Because you have trouble understanding them.
Yeah, I love Legion. Interesting, like, we come in over there, but here's the rapid transit hub.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants. Commander?
The hearing's already started. Come on.
Well, I got here as fast as I... Okay, no, I stopped to talk to a lot of interesting people.
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
The investigation by Citadel Security turned up no evidence to support your...
I love how, like, aliens have, like, consistently, a lot of them have cool, like, face art going on.
We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof.
I resent these accusations. Nihilus was a fellow Spectre, and
Hashtag fake news.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me.
And yeah, this guy's infested with the
This
technovirus.
must be your protege, Commander Shepard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed.
There's a fan theory about Mass Effect with the idea that Shepard was indoctrinated during her first encounter with the beacon, and like everything else, you can like you experience the story, or you can interpret a lot of the events in a very different way, with the idea that Sharon was, or that Shepard was indoctrinated immediately, and you know some of the things she sees is a bit hallucination things. Google it online. You can find you'll find some story and some write up about it, some vibe about it's not. I know it's quite interesting. It's not really a spoiler because it's just fan theory stuff, but it's quite cool. You're the one who let the beacon get destroyed. Well, I mean, technically the beacon did get destroyed after I mated with it. Yeah, Google it online. Shut up. I'm a boomer. No, I'm not.
The mission to Eden Prime was top secret. The only way you could know about the beacon was if you were there.
With Nihilus gone, his files passed on to me. I read the Eden Prime report. I was unimpressed. But what can you expect from a human?
I feel like I'm gonna lose my cool here. 1? Everyone's saying 1? Because this would be like, this is the good diplomatic thing, right? Like, insult, yeah, typical. Yeah, see? Mm-hmm. And this just feels a little weak and lame. And this is like, all right, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Saren despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Still kind of a bold claim there, Shepard.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres.
He has no right to say that. That's not his decision.
Shepard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting.
That's really awkward, like, her looking up at him like that.
Humans are wasting your time, Counselor. And mine.
Arrogant bad. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think so. My version of Shepard, again, she's not xenophobic. She's not against the other species. She's just about protecting the interest of humanity. And I think she really dislikes the Council. And so, while I hate him, and that's quite cool, I like the idea of, like, I'm blaming the Council. I'm saying, you, like, quit protecting him.
Saren's hiding behind his position as a Spectre. You need to open your eyes.
What we need is evidence. So far, we've seen nothing.
I mean, he's right.
One outstanding issue. Commander Shepard's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon.
Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony?
I agree. Our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
You won't see the truth. No, what's the point?
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
The Council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren and the Geth.
I mean,
Ambassador,
I don't blame them, really.
having disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
I'm glad to see justice was served.
This meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, Turians do turn out to be very interesting. And especially with just the start of Mass Effect 1, like at this point in it, you don't really like the Turians. Right? Like, I guess that Nihilus guy was cool, but we didn't really know him.
Bringing you into that hearing, Captain. You and Saren have too much history. It made the Council question our motives.
I know Saren. He's working with the Geth for one reason. To exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe.
So with the Mako missions, in this Legendary Edition, the Mako controls do have the improved Mako controls, or Mako controls from later. Mako would be someone else. The voice actor for Uncle Iroh, or the character in Legend of Korra. The Mako controls do default to the improved Mako controls, but apparently have the option of reverting to the classic, the classic Mass Effect 1 Mako controls. Maybe we'll have to do that. Like, how do you know Saren?
Tell me about this history between you and Saren.
I worked with him on a mission a long time ago. Things went bad. Real bad.
Mako.
We shouldn't talk about this.
Mako. Which one is it? I'm getting confused.
Like.
Mako.
It has to be stopped.
Hey, Mako! That's Legend of Korra episode 3? After the awkward dating triangle stuff?
What's our next step?
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable.
It's supposed to be Mako. So in here it's Mako. Alright, yeah.
Expose him.
What about Garrus, that CSEC investigator? We saw him arguing.
How do you know Saren? I checked him on the Mass Effect wiki.
He was asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something on Saren.
Yeah. No, I'll go talk to him.
Any idea where we could find him?
I have a contact in CSEC who can help us.
Shark in
track
Japanese.
now. His name is Harkin.
Forget it. They suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job.
Yeah, I've watched Last Bender.
You won't have to.
Last Airbender. Well, sorry.
Your past history.
There's clearly no movie. So when I mean Last Airbender, I mean the TV show, obviously.
Shepard will handle
6, 7, 8 times, and then Korra 4 or 5 times. Because I watched Airbender. I probably did 4 full watches of Airbender before I finally watched Korra, and I love Korra, absolutely 100%. I fell in love with it immediately. Using your past Saren excuse to ignore anything we do. Yeah, the captain does deserve better. Or I don't. I mean, it's not much of a difference between these, but I don't like this.
You can't just cut Captain Anderson out of this investigation.
The ambassador's right. I need to step aside.
I need to take care of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at Cora's Den. It's a dingy little club in the lower section of the ward.
If you're the sort of person that uses the word cringe to describe things, yeah, you'll probably not enjoy it. I think that's a certain mentality.
Maybe there's another way to find evidence against Saren.
You should talk to Barla Vaughn over in the financial district. Rumor has it he's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker?
An information dealer. Buys and sells secrets to the highest bidder. I've heard Barla Vaughn...
That was not entirely a positive judgment about things. Happy.
You and Saren have a history.
We've already prompted him once for his history. He doesn't seem to be willing to talk about it. Oh, there we go, finally.
I was part of a mission in the Skillian Verge. I was working with Saren to find and remove a known terrorist.
I enjoyed the first season of Korra much more than the first season of Atla.
But a lot of people died along the way.
And season 3 of Korra, to me, is virtually unmatchable as a single standalone season.
But I saw how he operates. No conscience. No hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
So would I. No, I would not. I'm not that kind of hard ass. No, this guy's a monster.
Killing innocents doesn't end wars. It causes them.
I know how the world works, Commander. Sometimes you're forced to make unpleasant decisions. But only if there's no other way. Saren doesn't even look for another option. He's twisted, broken. He likes the violence, the killing. And he knows how to cover his tracks.
I can say the same options again. All right. Yes, tell me about the Shadow Broker.
Tell me more about the Shadow Broker.
He's a necessary evil of galactic politics. Buying and selling information is a part of the game. And the Shadow Broker just happens to be the best player on the field. Always sells to the highest bidder. Doesn't get involved in politics. Doesn't pick sides. A simple system, but it works. He's not a threat to anyone, not directly. He's just a resource we can use, or she is. Or maybe they are. Nobody really knows.
I should go.
Good luck, Shepard. I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else.
On my first playthrough, of course, I went through every single possible conversation option every single time, but not so much over here. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to get a glass of water or something like that. Everyone get up, stretch your legs, hydrate. We'll be right back. Thanks to the bits, Coil TwitchBot. Thanks to the bits, Coil. We'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Where's my button? There we go. And game is back. Yes, no, maybe so. Game capture. Okay, that took... that was scary. Like, is OBS no longer working? No, we're good. Excellent. Well, yeah, this photo mode. So is this photo mode button, like, this is new? Oh man, this is giving me, like, cyberpunk vibes. I spent so much time taking screenshots playing through Cyberpunk. Alright, so that was the council presentation there. Okay, so we're going down this way, and we should meet a dude who will give us the quest to, poke at all the caretakers. Yeah, there he is right there. Chorbin.
That guy's up to something.
What guy?
What guy? See, Caden, this is why we're going to... Oh, they're called keepers. That's right, not caretakers. Caden, this is why we're gonna leave you on a planet, buddy. Just like, what guy?
What? Oh, no, I wasn't. Never mind. Yes, is there something you want?
A little bit sus there, buddy.
Why are you so interested in the Keepers?
Keepers? I've got no interest in the
Don't get coy. I know what I saw.
I'm not so sure I should be talking to you about this.
We're just talking. Is there something wrong with that?
No. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I'm using a small scanner to gather readings on the Keepers. So far I've had mixed results. I find it difficult to get near the creatures.
Why were you being so secretive about it, though?
Well, technically we're not supposed to disturb the Keepers. I don't really think my scanning...
It's a game that united a lot of fan bases in science fiction at its time. So many people were diehards for different storylines. Great time in gaming. Yeah. It really was like a transformative game. Sure, let me help. I'll take side quests.
I'm not worried about the authorities.
I don't even know who you are.
And that's mostly what it comes down to. Yeah, I agree. Ashley has an interesting arc, and Caden's kind of boring.
I'm Commander Shepard with the Alliance military.
And this is my least favorite quest from the Citadel.
You'll need this. It's the scanning device I developed.
I like his collar, though.
Each time you see a Keeper, all collected data will automatically upload to my database. I'll even send a few credits your way for each unique scan.
I should get going then.
I should have said, like,
yes.
I actually meant to ask him for more information there, because I forgot we hadn't really gotten it yet. So the idea, for those of you who, like, haven't played the series or forgot about it, like, humans really didn't build anything, but none of the alien races we've encountered built the Citadel, this gigantic, massive space station. They just found it. And these keepers just lived here. They just go around and maintain things. If something breaks, a keeper just shows up, fixes it, and then leaves again. With no other explanation. So we got a quest to scan them all. There's like, is there 20? Oh, there we go. 1 of 20 over here. Yeah. So there's 20 of these freaking guys scattered all over, and there's no tracker for them or anything. I don't think there's one back here. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, there is one in the side section, but I wasn't sure if it was further down or not. It felt like 50, yeah. And it's like, it's so annoying when you see it and you're down to like you're at like 19 of 20, you're like, where the hell is the last one? Of course, there are lists you can find for them and try to keep track. You do have to complete it. You don't have to complete it this first visit to the Citadel, but you have to complete it by the time you leave the Citadel, I think the second time. Because that's sort of a... Yeah, there's always one hiding, always. Yeah. I think there's only 2 here. I can take the elevator, or I can take the fast transit. I'm going to take the elevator back down, though. It should drop us off somewhere where we haven't actually been before. I should level up, because if nothing else, I should put... Wow, we have 12 points to spend. Holy crap. I'm also going to throw in some charm over here. Now, the Vanguard sticks around, right? We get the Spectre line after, but that's a separate thing. Adrenaline burst is so good. There's no, like, you don't play without adrenaline burst. Tactical armor is like medium armor, right? No, able to equip light armor, increases damage protection. Oh, unlocks medium armor. There we go. That would be quite nice. I do like the idea of, like, maxing out our throw, though. Throw is a lot of fun. I don't know, where should we spend our points first? I'm gonna max out Caden's decryption stuff to make sure that we can unlock all kinds of thingamabobbers. And the overload ability is pretty cool. Here, we'll unlock his advanced sabotage. Give her adrenaline mode. Finesse is quite good, right? Oh yeah, it's just a fuck ton of hit points. And then the immunity ability is pretty good. How come I can't... It's lit. It looks like I should be able to keep... Oh, there we go. Here. We'll unlock the first level of first aid in case we just have her in the party. No strong feelings from people. At some point, I do like the idea of becoming a shotgun specialist. For now, though, I think I would like the idea of getting our throw, like, maybe maxed out. Just shoving people around is really awesome. Unfortunately, we can't get singularity. Lift is pretty cool, too, because it does disable. And it's actually an AoE disable, which is really nice. So maybe when we unlock Lift, we might put at least 1 point in there to start it. We'll see. But being able to just toss people around like a ragdoll is really fun. And yeah, let me put some back in the assault training over here, and we'll try to get our better armor. Something like that. We don't need to spend all the points right now. We'll be okay. What is it? Oh, H. Put away my weapon, right? I thought it was H. There it goes. Okay, it just takes a while to do it. Gonna be our first elevator ride! Does it just go automatically? You have to hit a button? Oh, there it is.
I can't believe the Council ignored all the evidence against Saren.
Saren's one of their best operatives. It's only natural they'd take his word over ours.
Oh, so now we just chase leads while this smug Turian runs around with his Geth troopers.
That's politics, Chief.
I hate politics.
The elevator conversations are the best. They're the only things that made the long elevator rides bearable. And yeah, they've been dramatically shortened here in the Legendary Edition. Because I think they can just...
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
We already know what the Keepers are.
Please do not disturb the Keepers.
Yeah, I'm just gonna scan it. It's fine. Oh,
Please do not disturb.
There's a Hanar over there. Let's take a route over to the right. Since we have Caden in the party, we can get some unique flavor text coming by this thing. The model of the Mass Effect relay.
Anyone else hear that low hum? Sounds like it's coming from that statue. Makes my teeth tingle.
He's got special flavor text near this statue of the Mass Effect relay. I mean, I feel like this game at this point is 14 years old. So, you know, dropping a few spoilers here and there, or at least, you know, hints towards spoilers, I don't feel too bad about. That's the one I scanned coming in.
You're creating a public disturbance. It's against Citadel regulations.
This one is unsure why the other would not wish word of the Enkindlers to be spread. Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers? Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
Are you allowed to preach here in the Presidium?
The words this unworthy one speaks are merely observations of the truth. The CSEC officer requests that this one purchase an evangelical permit to spread the truth of the Enkindlers.
Who are the Enkindlers?
Your people know them as the Protheans. They are the true creators of this one's people. The Enkindlers raised the Hanar from ignorance into consciousness by granting this one's people the gift of speech.
So you're breaking the law by preaching without a permit right now.
The CSEC
I probably should have talked to the CSEC officer first.
Place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary.
If that's all the CSEC officer wants, why not just buy the permit?
The truth of the Enkindlers is universal. This one humbly believes that the truth should not be suppressed. Exacting payment as a means of imposing limits upon the truth is an abrogation of this one's religious freedom.
Let me talk to the CSEC officer. Perhaps I can explain the situation.
I feel like...
This one would be most grateful for the assistance.
Anyway, I think it would have been better for our vibe if we talked to this guy first.
Why can't it act?
I don't think it matters.
Manner?
Are there laws being broken here?
I am not unreasonable. The Hanar is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit.
So if the Hanar gets a permit, it's allowed to preach?
No. Registered evangelicals must follow regulations. There are specific areas where preaching is legal. Failure to follow...
I like, oh, so you get a permit, so you're allowed to do it. No. Oh, okay.
What's the purpose behind the evangelical permits?
Forcing religious evangelicals to register for a permit weeds out undesirables. It keeps the area safe. The Citadel is too important to become a battleground for a religious war.
So why don't you just arrest it?
Why don't you just arrest the Hanar?
I could arrest the Jelly, but my superior has requested that I find a solution that does not anger the Hanar. The Hanar become vocal when they feel their religious beliefs are being suppressed.
Just like... Yeah. I feel like this is one of those things where, like... Because I'm not a spacist. I'm not Ashley. I'll be like, no, like, okay, I'll talk to it.
If you'd like, I could talk to the Hanar.
Let's figure out a way to just resolve this and keep everyone pleased.
Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
Oh, maybe I can...
I'll keep working on it.
Can I restart on the officer?
This one...
Any progress with that Hanar?
Oh yeah, just let him talk. Like, who cares?
I think you should let the Hanar preach in the Presidium.
The Presidium is a place of culture and respect. It should not be filled with zealots shouting their idiocy. Why should the Jellies get special treatment? Every other species understands and obeys the laws.
If I purchased the evangelical permit myself, would that take care of things?
As long as it stays in approved areas once it has the permit, yes. That would solve the issue for me.
If I purchased...
It's the same text.
It stays in approved areas once it has the permit,
I'll be back.
I don't care what you have to do. Just get rid of that Hanar.
Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
This isn't the way.
Is this really how you want to represent the Enkindlers?
By being a nuisance?
The Enkindlers must be made known. They gave the Hanar language, and gave the universe the mass relays. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
What if I purchase the evangelical permit for you?
Finances are only a partial limitation. This one does not believe that one should pay in order to...
Goddamn space hippies.
However, this one also does not possess the 150 credits necessary to purchase the permit.
Here you go. Here, you do now.
150 credits.
It's not very much money, if I recall correctly in this game.
This is a most appreciated action. You are not of the Hanar, but you wish to help spread the truth.
I love the Hanar so much.
This one will not cause any further trouble for the CSEC officer. This one offers its thanks.
I see the Hanar is left. Thank you.
Happy to help.
Here, for your assistance in this matter.
Wait.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I should report to my superiors.
What did he give me? Well, 12 XP. But if it looked like he was handing me something. What did he hand me? He handed me, yeah. He handed me some XP. All right. Cool. Lovely. 12 XP crystals. There you go. Well, I mean, quest-wise, we know we have to go to the bar. We could keep wandering around. Is it the, There's some things over here. Like, I kind of want to do the story in sort of an order that kind of makes sense. You know, there's optimal stuff in terms of, like, if you walk through things in this order, things will happen in a more convenient way. But at the same time, there's something interesting to, you know, about, hey, we're just walking around, exploring the Citadel. Our characters might just do that. Oh, we missed a keeper?
This?
Okay.
One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called...
You have no idea how famous I'm about to be, buddy.
Tale of how you survived the great tragedy on a coup.
Oh, that's true. I did do some badass things already.
I am amazed each time.
I do like how the game acknowledges your backstory. I mean, there's not much. You're choosing choice 1 through 3, and then a second choice 1 through 3. But it is nice. It makes you feel, again, like it's part of a real universe that exists. You know? Are you spying on me?
I don't like strangers keeping tabs on me.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barla Vaughn. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed.
What happened to Cruz again? My entire squad was killed, except for me. I was a sole survivor of some sort of mission.
I take notice.
I heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepard. But you're right. I am an agent for the Shadow Broker.
Yeah, he just checked my Facebook.
About Saren.
I need that information. Now.
Threats don't work on me, Commander. This information is worth a small fortune. But this is an unusual situation, so I am going to let you have it for free.
What's the catch?
There is no catch. The Shadow Broker is quite upset with Saren right now. They used to do a lot of business, until Saren turned on him.
Saren betrayed him. Imagine that.
No matter what you think of Saren, he's not stupid. He knows the Shadow Broker is a valuable ally. Turning on him doesn't make sense. Not unless something huge was at stake. I don't know the details, but the Shadow Broker hired a freelancer to deal with it. A Krogan mercenary.
A Krogan mercenary?
How do I find him?
I heard he was paying Citadel security a visit. If you hurry, you can probably catch him before he leaves the C-Sec Academy.
Isn't it strange that a Krogan would want to speak with C-Sec?
Very. However, I doubt the visit was entirely his choice. You'll need to speak with him if you want to know more.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the success of the Council. All the species of Citadel spaced together in a single, strong community.
What are the wards like?
The cultural heart of the galaxy. They pulse with the lifeblood of millions of citizens from dozens of different...
Yeah, this place is huge.
You never know what you'll find down in the wards, Commander. It's always full of...
I mean, it's no moon.
Fortunately, most of them are pleasant.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I do like the signage here to C-Sec Academy. It's quite convenient. Is there something in here? This is like an Apple store.
Ah, human. This one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder.
You didn't have a
though many
face.
in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Okay. Right, we slot this into our armor so we can get constant health regen. Accuracy boost. Phasix rounds. Oh yeah, ignore shields, but do less damage. So different enemies are weighted, they'll have like either shield or armor or maybe barrier as a separate type. You use different things. How much money do I have? 13. Okay. Apparently spending $150 on the Kindler's license was a little bit more than expected. I don't think I'm going to buy anything right now. We could sell some stuff. What I should do is I should take a moment and do some equipment management over here. Did I get any? Okay, I have no weapon mods over here. Shotgun. Here, get some anti-personal rounds into our shotgun. And actually, speaking of, I'm going to upgrade to the Hurricane 2. So the heat generation and accuracy is a little bit worse, but the damage is better. And yes, transfer the upgrades. That's very convenient that you can do that. Thank you very much. Well, that's the assault rifle. Okay. Interesting, the order. Assault rifle, shotgun, pistol, sniper rifle. Why are things in this order? I don't know. These are all tier 1s. Different types of manufacturers will have different, like, benefits. I guess I'm currently using the most accurate pistol. I don't know. 6 of 1, half dozen. Sure. What does the weapon force increase do? Does it knock people back more? When I hit them? Yeah, some stagger. Cool. I don't know. Mods are mods are mods. Yeah, I'm good on the armor. Do I have armor mods? I don't. We might buy one. I don't know. So, Caden. Give me that. Ooh, that is ugly. Never mind. Go back into the Onyx. That looks way cooler. Visuals are mad. And basically, he's going to use a pistol all the time. We only have the tier 1 pistols. Here, we'll give you radioactive rounds for whatever value that might have. I'll probably just sell the rest. Now she's a soldier. She could use heavier armor. I think. Tell us what the Serta is. The Explorer one won't have any biotic, tech or biotic protection, but that's probably going to be fine for this phase of the game. And then I can probably just sell everything that's left. I think she's mostly going to do assault rifle stuff. We don't have any more mods for it. I could gel the rest. I know getting a bunch of Omni Gel is really useful. I think I'll just go and sell everything now. None of it, like, it's going to be fine. I'm going to be like, oh, but what if I want to save it for something? Which, of course, is very much my instinct for things.
Show me your items.
But I think at this point, none of this stuff is going to matter. I can sell it. It's going to be okay. So sell, and I'm just going to sell everything that we've got on us. Oh, sell all junk, although I don't know if I've got anything flagged as junk. Boom, boom, boom. Just do that. Who cares? Gel lets you force locks, the biggest thing, yeah. Nothing interactable with over there. Alright, so we're looking for C-Sec. Oh, and there's a keeper over here. Get scanned. I think you get the XP from it right away. Quite nice. C-Sec and embassies go that way. Oh, and there's another keeper down there.
That's nothing. I've had my office rearranged 5 times now.
They're talking about the keepers.
5 times? But why? What do they want?
How should I know? It's not like keepers offer an explanation for what they're doing.
And yet, everyone just lets them go on doing whatever it is they do.
What choice do we have? If you try to stop them, they just shut down and another one replaces it.
Just strange that we know so little about them.
It is strange.
Frustrating.
All these people, millions of people, live in a station that they don't know who built, that is being maintained by creatures that we don't understand how they operate. Is it time to come in here? Yeah.
Welcome. I am Naylina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
What is the consort? What does she do?
It's difficult to explain. She's many things to many people, and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time,
The receptionist laughing at you. Yeah, we're so naive and innocent.
she's provided it for them.
You make her sound like some kind of oracle.
No, not in the usual sense. She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
Commander Shepard, with the Alliance Navy.
Excellent. You should hear something in 3 or 4 months.
Nobody's worth that much of a wait.
Well, that's not for me to judge. I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
I think I'm done here.
We'll be directed to come here later.
Again in the future.
I don't know if I've ever actually visited this before I got the breadcrumb. Oh, hold on.
Yes,
Maybe it always goes this way.
Send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with her.
Yes, of course, mistress.
Something male gaze. Although I really do think the outfit is quite cool, and that's sort of like
She'd like to
the walk isn't like a sexy walk. It's one of these like heady oracle kind of vibey walks that you get from it. Why?
What does she want to see me for?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her yourself. Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible.
This is my first time. I can't believe I didn't come sooner.
I don't know. The little goblins are so funny to me.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
I do like the sleep pod a lot. I need one of those in my bedroom, like shut out all like outside noise and things. Or maybe I bet you it even like plays like white noise for you. Or ocean sounds, whatever you want, you know?
That is close enough, Commander. I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our Citadel.
What, you checking up on me?
I don't like people spying on me.
So suspicious.
I apologize.
Shepard, relax.
I make it my business to know when important people arrive on the station. Many of them become clients. But that is not why I asked you here. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Maybe I can help.
That wasn't the tone I was looking for.
A retired Turian general. I won't discuss.
Chair says social distancing.
He wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in court.
Oh yeah, this guy.
Drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
Okay. I don't know if I consented to the touch, but sure.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes...
Yeah, I don't think this character model made the transition to Legendary Edition properly. Something seems not as good. And I think, and maybe there's an inconsistency, because I think this felt perfectly fine in the original Mass Effect, because everyone was a little bit, I don't know, blockier, less detailed. I mean, the back of her head's got tons of details, which is cool. The face is just a weird... It's almost like too brightly lit, you know? I don't know.
What exactly do you want me to tell him?
Appeal to his sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about
I mean,
you, I'd be very grateful.
it's just so weird that that like weird overt touching happens out of nowhere. Like, I get that this is supposed to be like maybe weird, like intimate, sort of sexy scene, but to me it's almost like, I mean, maybe I'm just projecting me, right? If like some stranger all of a sudden rubbed their face up against me, I wouldn't be like, ooh, sexy time, and be like, the fuck, man? Like, stand back. I didn't sign up for this. And I think it's just personal anxiety shining through. This is not the sort of place I'd visit in real life. And maybe, you know what? I don't remember having this reaction as strong the first time. Maybe it is like a year of social distancing and COVID stuff. Maybe the idea of a random stranger touching me is just so much more, like, kind of triggering now than it ever was before. Maybe that's the issue. Because I don't remember having that reaction my first playthrough. I think now I'm just like, what the hell are you doing? Now I've got to go and, like, dip my entire body in hand sanitizer. Which I guess isn't hand sanitizer anymore. Yeah, that's true. And she starts the conversation saying that's close enough. And then, yeah, then she's rubbing faces against you. Like, all right. I like the Krogan statue. Which way is CSEC? This way. It's a very windy route we're taking to the CSEC Academy. We also could have done some fast traveling and stuff, but this is fine. I think it's down here? Yeah. Can we see a keeper? Can't see one.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling...
This is our second elevator ride.
...projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case.
Take the Mako to CSEC.
Colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
You know what? There's something about the lighting in the Citadel here. Even Shepard's face is like you can hardly see her scar and things. I think the lighting in here is just like desaturating. I don't know if that's the right word. Washing out, just overexposing, maybe. I think that was the same problem that was going on with the consort. Yeah, overexposed. I think it's just overexposing the faces with the lighting. It's weird because the light source is like behind her head, not really in front of us, so I'm not sure what the vibe is. But that's what's happening. I wasn't getting those issues on the Normandy. The lighting on the Normandy felt a little bit more balanced. Rex. Shepard.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
And yeah, you can skip the elevator rides now.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist.
I don't think you want to get that close to his face, considering his mouth could swallow your entire head.
I want you to try.
Rex is the best boy.
Go on. Get out of here.
Yes, human.
I'm trying to bring down Saren. Barlavon said to talk to you.
Barlavon is a wise man. We may share a common goal, human.
Enlighten me.
I've been hired to kill the owner of Korra's Den, a man named Fist. He did something very foolish.
Grunt's fine, but he's like... To me, Grunt will always be like discount brand Rex.
What'd he do?
He betrayed the Shadow Broker. A Quarian showed up here on the Citadel. She was on the run. She wanted to trade information for a safe place to hide, so she went to Fist.
Grunt is your son. Yeah, okay.
Arrange a meeting between her and the Shadow.
Yeah, Rex is my bro, Grunt is my son. Yeah, I buy that.
What does Saren have to do with this?
Well, the Quarian has something that connects Saren to the Geth. He paid Fist a small fortune for her.
If we get our hands on that evidence, we can prove that Saren's a traitor. The Council will have to listen to us.
I have to find her!
Where's the Quarian now?
Last I heard, Fist still had her. Probably somewhere inside his club. You help me kill Fist, she's all yours.
I want to know more about your employer.
Can't tell you much. All I got was a coded message with the details of the job.
It's a mix of Dave Bautista and Tom Selleck. I like that description.
He might come in handy.
He was here just before you showed up. Said he was going to follow up a lead on his investigation.
Of entirely no consequence, that Quarian. Yeah, they just mentioned some alien race. The Quadrillions or something. I don't know. I'm sure that's not going to be relevant at all. Well, okay, we clearly need someone with us right now that you know, involved in it. Don't pay no attention to the silhouetted figures. No spoilers to be had. I can't really think of any reason why either Ashley or Caden would be a more appropriate person in this particular situation. Since Ashley's so uncomfortable about aliens and we're doing alien stuff, I feel like we should tell her to go back to the ship right now. Even though she's, you know, my favorite between these two. But from a point of view of like what makes more sense right now, it's like we're just gonna have Ashley go back to the ship for a little while. We're gonna try to alternate because each elevator ride, depending on which companions you have with you, they'll have different dialogues. So ideally, we kind of want to have every possible combination of companions at some point. And yeah, Caden can let us unlock stuff. Oh, I'm doing it this way. There we go. So we're gonna go ahead and accept these quads. It gives you a little preview of what's going on here. I like how he's got the biotics. Like, he's a Vanguard, basically. And Caden has hack. Yeah, we do need one tech person. Oh, it's too bad we'll never get another tech person that we'll want to have on every single mission forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I think... Is Garrus back this way? I don't remember. Maybe I should have just gone down that hallway. I feel like it's this way. Oh, there's a keeper here. And a requisition office. Okay, well, I'm still happy I went this way.
Looking you up. Commander Shepard, here with the Alliance.
I think my squad often then ended up being something like Rex and Tally.
How did you know all that?
I'm the CSEC requisitions officer. I need to make sure our buyers are authorized. So, will you be purchasing anything today, Commander Shepard?
Show me what you got.
Show me what you got!
Hope you find what you're looking for.
Yeah, these are all super duper expensive. Although, what we should do... So there's a few things I think you pick up all the time. So I believe there's gonna be some way to purchase items on the Normandy? Or am I thinking of, like, Mass Effect 2 Forward? Yeah, Normandy Quartermaster. So by doing this, we'll be able to purchase things on the fly. So it's like, all right, we'll go ahead and buy that. And then these upgrades just increase capacity. We want to pick those up whenever we can. And then I think we'll not buy anything else because we don't have the money for it. Rex?
Every time I visit the Citadel, CSEC brings me here for a friendly chat.
Is this back to the docks? Or this is the elevator, never mind. Okay. So, Garrus must have been down this way then. I did scan that keeper. Pretty sure. But thanks for keeping on top of it.
Okay, Jalid. Let me get this straight. Your business partner, Shorban, he's threatened you?
Well, no, not exactly. But he wants to meet with me. I think he's going to kill me.
And why do you think that?
I can't really get into the details.
I have 0 dropped frames on my side.
If I leave here unprotected.
I can't help.
But sometimes there can be a frame rate mismatch with the game frame rate and the capture.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Then I've got other work to do.
May I butt in?
Hey there. Oh, you're not CSEC, are you? Did you want something?
What were you trying to explain to the officer before?
My colleague is trying to kill me. And I thought we were...
Okay, just near the docks on the ward? Okay.
How do you know he wants you dead?
He's changed. He won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me. Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance. I don't care what anyone thinks. He wants me gone. I know it.
Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe?
I'm a nice person.
Would you?
I just don't trust the council.
Someone to talk to him. Tell him to leave me alone. He thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you?
Just tell me where he is and I'll go find him.
Oh, right. Well, he wanted to meet...
To me, this makes almost more sense after we become a Spectre.
He said he just wanted to talk, but I know better.
But I guess they've already put my name forward.
He's a Solarian. You shouldn't have any trouble. He's just a scientist.
Shorben. That's the guy who asked us to scan the Keepers.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The Keepers? Well, even more reason to go after him. That's against regulations.
I better look into this right away. Find out what he's up to.
Anything's possible with Shorben these days. Well,
these guys are just really short Darth Vaders.
Hello, Commander.
What's up? Examine all these terminals. Gives us codex entries, more lore, weapons thing. This looks like an elevator, but it's not open. Oh, maybe it's a holding cell. Dwarf Vaders. Oh, that's good. I like that. Now, there's an elevator over there. I think... Where does this elevator go? It doesn't actually say. 2 wards. Okay. Alright, that's another system. Scan the Keepers. Right. Talk to General Septimus. Lower wards.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a...
Not on wards, but 2 wards. Ah!
Protesters have blockaded the
High
dig site,
Volus who thinks he's a
claiming
Spectre.
that artifacts of the Enkindlers,
I have vague memories.
should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
And yeah, like the Codex, there's so much lore.
Asari were the first species to discover.
And yeah, all voiced.
When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council.
So much lore. Yeah, like I mean it when I say like Mass Effect is like experiencing every sci-fi TV show, movie, novel that you've ever loved in your life in a video game.
Hey, I know you. You're Shepard, right? I saw the monument at Akuz. They got a whole section about you there. It's a miracle you survived.
Looks like you have a fan.
I'm sorry, I just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person. My name's Lang, Officer Eddie Lang, Citadel Security. It's an honor to meet you, Commander. What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help you with?
Do you know a C-Sec officer named Harkin?
I shouldn't really say too much. He's been on the force a lot longer than me. But I've heard things, you know? Drinking on the job, taking bribes, that kind of thing. Rumors mostly, but they suspended him, so some of it must be true.
Why'd you join Citadel Security?
I don't know. Seemed like the right thing to do, you know? Maybe it's in my blood. My grandfather was a cop back on Earth. It's kind of what C-Sec is. Police for the Citadel. I'm still pretty new at it, but I like it so far. Way more interesting than staying back on Earth. You get to meet all kinds of cool aliens, like those Hanar. Wild. Plus, C-Sec gets a lot of respect here. We uphold the law. People, even aliens, appreciate that.
How do you like working here on the Citadel?
This place is amazing. I've been here almost a year, and I still haven't...
You shouldn't say anything. Proceeds to say everything.
Beautiful. Good place to go and relax. But I really like it.
We're gonna go for another hour, then we'll be stopping at
something
4
going
p.m.
on
Eastern
somewhere.
time.
Like that new club they just opened a few months ago, Flux. Wicked scene in there, Commander. You should check it out when you have some time.
Oh, we'll be heading there.
What do you know about specters?
Just the stuff they show in the vids. They always make them out to be super agents on secret missions to save the galaxy. I know it's not really like that, though. Some of the other CSEC guys don't like them too much. Figured they shouldn't be able to operate outside the law.
And we might stream more of this tomorrow.
The Council wouldn't use them, right?
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy.
Super busy. Get more lore.
Don't kid yourself. It's even
There's
bigger.
a lot of fun on this floor. I'm gonna say this doesn't open. So this is the medical clinic, right? Where there's some action in here? I don't remember if we got like a reason to go here already or not.
I didn't tell anyone, I swear.
But you walk into the clinic and like, what the hell?
Comes around, you stay smart. Keep your mouth shut or we'll... Who are you?
Let her go.
Ah!
Fucking Garrus. Oh, he is in here. Okay. Just one-shots him in the head. Oh, the overheating on this weapon.
Shield's disabled.
Hang on. Oh, there's a crouch button. I forgot about that. How do I... There we go. Ah! Now lean. Blow up the fire containment system, which seems kind of backwards, but I guess it's compressed is the idea.
Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
It was a big risk. You could have killed the human.
What were you thinking? You could have hit the hostage.
There wasn't time to think. I just reacted. I didn't mean to... Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks to you. All of you.
Why were they threatening you? Who do they work for?
It was a great shot.
They work for Feast. They wanted to shut me up. Keep me from telling Garrus about the Quarian.
The one I told you about, Shepard.
She must be able to link Saren to the Geth. There is no way the Council can ignore this.
Time we paid Fist a visit.
This is your show, Shepard. But I want to bring Saren down as much as you do. I'm coming with you.
You're a Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
I couldn't find the proof I needed in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
Yeah, that was a moment right there where you like Garrus, because, like, you're kind of shitty to him, especially there, and then he's like, oh, wait, oh, yeah, are you okay? I'm like, alright, he's a decent dude.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
Fist is going to be waiting for us. When we hit him, we better hit him hard.
Like, with a fist! This sounds like a mission for Rex and Garrus. We should probably spend some XP. Now, if I have any talent points, I'm going to start storing them up a little bit for when we specterize. I don't remember when that happens, though. We can give him some decryption. Then that way we don't have to bring Alenko in with us anymore. From this point, you will never have a human squad ever again. That's possibly true. Which I think is going to be an important, like, you know, sort of character development. I don't even want you to unlock shotguns. You can just use assault rifles forever. It's going to be fine. These are really good. Let's get your warp up. And then start putting in some Battle Master. That's going to be fine. Here, we need someone with the first aid. Execute even unlock electronics. Oh, I can't get there right now. Actually, unlocking sniper rifles might not be too bad, because then we can give sniper rifles to someone. So we might work on that later. Okay, how you doing?
I never properly thanked you for saving me from Feast's thugs, Commander.
That's true. There will always be a human, because it'll be me. I mean, I'm happy to help, but I would also like supplies.
You're a doctor. How did you end up here on the Citadel?
My parents brought me here when I was young. My father was a medic with the Alliance. I chose to keep the medical tradition alive, but not the military. Fixing up wounded soldiers isn't my idea of fun.
Let me take a look at what you have for sale.
Of course.
All right, just 420,000. That's all. Yeah, I'm not going to buy anything right now. We can get some better things. We can replenish our Metagel, not that we've been using any. I don't think there was anything back here. Like, I did the pass here first, so I think we're okay. Yes, 420. Transit, we've scanned you. I think we can hear, what, the human supremacist preacher over this way? Am I remembering that right? Maybe that comes later. Oh, Emily Wong.
I'm Emily Wong. I'm an investigative
Remember,
journalist.
2 rights. Don't make a Wong.
Could I have a moment of your time?
Sure.
What do you need?
I've been hunting for evidence of corruption and organized crime on the Citadel, but there are places I can't go. I was hoping you might share anything you find during your own investigation. I can make it worth your time.
How do you know that my investigation is going to uncover anything you need?
You wouldn't be investigating if it weren't big. And if it's big, it's something I'd like to hear about.
You gotta have access to better sources. Why contact me?
I'm using every source I can find, but I think I've got a better shot with you. According to your file, you survived back on Akuz when everyone else in your squad got killed. If anyone can find the worst elements of the Citadel and live to tell about it, it's you.
How do you know I'm investigating anything here on the Citadel?
I'm a good journalist, Commander Shepard. Word gets around.
Yeah, alright, we'll see.
No promises, but if I find anything relating to your case, I'll inform you.
Thank you, Commander.
Depends if you change her names. The Wrights could have been her parents. 2 Wrights. Oh my god. Could make a Wong. That's funny. Okay. The Presidium, Markets, and Chora's Den. That's where we're going. Is it through that door or up the stairs? Oh, to Flux. Yeah, we're going to Flux. Is it this way? I can't read alien jibber. Jibber jabber. Hold on. Flux isn't where we're going. This is the wrong place. This is not Chober's. It's Chober's Den is somewhere else. Yeah.
I bring her back in a second.
We could play gambling. We're gonna have to come back here later. I don't think we have anything to do here.
I'll see if I can...
Although, I can talk to Rita.
Be careful.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy right now. So...
There are only like 3 outfits in this universe.
What were you discussing with the Volus?
Who, Doran? Oh, I was just asking him about my sister. See, she worked for Doran before she left to... Ugh, sorry. I don't want to bore you with my problems.
Just tell me! No.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, okay. My sister Jenna left here to go work at Cora's Den. The problem is, she's working as an informant for CSEC. You know, eavesdropping on the people there.
The fashion police outlawed all other outfits in 2035. That explains everything.
Being an informant is a dangerous job.
They solved fashion in the future.
I'm telling her. I don't know. Sometimes I think she stays there just to spite me.
Do you know who her contact at CSEC is?
No.
Time to dance for humanity.
Very secret. Last time I asked an officer, he told me to stay out of it, for Jenna's safety.
I can't remember Shepard's dance, because that's the Vampire the Masquerade dance.
Maybe I could help her understand just how dangerous Chora's Den is.
I guess it's good that we came here first, because we got to pick up this quest that we have to do in Chora's Den anyway.
Well, I should get back to work before I get in trouble. Thanks.
Shepherd Shuffle? Oh yeah. Just sort of one of these, right? God, why aren't these doors automatic? It's the future. There should be automatic doors. Weird to get a loading screen there. Is it this way to the den then? The den? Oh yeah, through the market. Yep.
I don't think you bought this.
Keep her over there.
I don't sell this model.
Look, I know it was you. I remember your face.
Really, that's impressive. Usually you humans can't tell one Turian from another.
This was the place. Now, are you going to give me a refund or not?
Do you have your proof of purchase?
What? No, I don't think you ever
You gotta ask for a receipt, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Just the way it goes.
What do you...
Can't help you.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Hello, Earth Clan. No doubt you've just come back from the colonies. Will you be needing supplies?
Show me what you got.
Show me what you got. There you go. We'll get another license. What do you have to say about the colonies?
Welcome back, Earth Clan. Will
the,
you be needing
the Fire Nation colonies in the Earth Nation?
What colonies are you talking about?
Oh, my mistake, Earth Clan. I assumed... It doesn't matter.
In the future, retail's still the worst.
Pharaohs?
I
Novaria?
think that guy finally gets his refund in ME3.
If you haven't heard of them yet, I'm sure you will soon. But it doesn't matter where you hail from. My goods are available to all.
Pharaohs, Novaria, yeah, we'll be there.
I think I'll be going.
Alright, that's fine.
As
We could have
you
gotten
say,
more info, but
Earth
that's
Clan.
fine.
Is that really... Wow! It's you! You're Commander Shepard, the hero of Eden Prime.
I remember this fanboy.
Honored to meet you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. And you are?
My name is Conrad. Conrad Werner. They say you killed more than 100 Geth on Eden Prime.
Leave me alone. Really?
They say a lot of things. I was too busy killing them to count.
Dude, that's kind of a...
I know you're probably...
Trying to be badass line?
But, do you have time for a quick autograph?
I suppose...
Here you go.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. My wife is going to be so impressed. I'll let you get back to work. But next time you're on Earth, I'd love to buy you a drink.
Just anywhere on Earth. Sure, yeah. Why is there a green... Oh, is it because it's a merchant? On the minimap. Okay. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, there's Chorbin. So this is the guy who wanted me to scan the keepers, and he's got issues with his little buddy.
Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Is there something you want?
You can start by telling me the truth, Shorbin.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My experiments are...
We're not buying it. Jalid told us you've been after him.
You spoke with Jalid? Then you know about the data?
The eyes they gave the Solarians here in the Legendary Edition feel weirder.
No, but you're gonna tell me. Everything.
You boys can go.
Dude's got a fucking army with him.
Plans have changed. It's not as bad as you think, Commander. Jalid and I just got a little over our heads.
I don't remember what happens with this.
Keep talking.
The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Jalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the Keepers. Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get readings from the Keepers?
What's so special about that?
The Keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you can't capture them or get samples. They just self-destruct. After centuries here, we still don't know anything about them. Don't you see? We were the first to scan.
That is actually pretty crazy.
You've seen it yourself, Commander. You know we can do it.
Why are you trying to kill your partner?
I'm not trying to kill him. Khalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings. But he decided to keep the data for himself. Maybe to sell it.
Oh, if I literally talk to Volus first, like if I don't talk to Chorben on the in the Presidium, you have to fight everyone. Oh. I like just sigh.
I should kill both of you idiots.
We lost our heads. We just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass us by. Commander, if you'll just continue gathering data for me, imagine what we might learn. And you'll stand to make a bit of a profit yourself, remember?
Yeah, sure.
If it'll help further the scientific cause, how can I refuse?
Very good. Maybe if you wouldn't mind speaking with Jalid. The data you're gathering for me is useless if Jalid won't help me analyze it.
Sure.
If I have time, I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And happy scanning, Commander.
Brendan saying how long the race has been in Citadel. I actually don't remember when the current crop of races
Hello there.
visited the
Welcome to
Citadel.
Moorland's famous shop.
So I like this guy's eyes better because it like makes it a little easier to see where the pupil versus the iris is. The black on black was creeping me out.
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see.
Oh, there you go. Grenade upgrade. Although we don't have enough money for that. Actually, the more important things is like, yeah, the grenade upgrades for more slots and the Medigel upgrades so you can carry more of them. I think this might be the path to the club. Chora's Den. There we go. Don't we get in a fight, like, right here? Maybe that's later. Zoom interface, no sound, every shop cracks me up.
Fist knows we're coming. Hostile contact!
Whoops. I don't know if I'm actually hitting him. Or him. Oh yeah, there's a pillar there. That's not gonna work. Come on, get me out of the cover. Yeah, okay, the Mass Effect 1 cover system sucks. It's okay, Garrus. Just get in my line of fire. That's totally okay. I don't see any problem with that. Heal up. I'm gonna tank it. Sit down until my shields regen. Yeah, I agree. The Mass Effect 1, it does definitely suffer from... Like, the combat system felt fine the first time I played it. But then going back to... The combat system definitely gets a lot better, and then coming back here, it does feel pretty poor. It's got exclamation mark from quests here, but they're not present currently because we came in, like, combat mode. You have to visit Chora's Den twice. I really like the pistol. Like, it's so accurate. It's actually got pretty good range.
We got them all, Shepard.
I mean, they didn't change the game code, but the textures... I mean, if you actually compare screenshots of the characters and things like that, like, visually, it is definitely remastered. Oh, you're just a dude to talk to. I do like how, like... When you point at, like, a non-combat person, it does, like, raise your gun. That's a little awkward, but... there we go.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Like, how do I get into this room?
All the real guards must be dead.
Stay back or we'll shoot.
I think both of them are going to result in them not dying. Do we save yourselves or make a mistake? Which route do we want to go? I think the renegade one here. I think I like the badass one in this situation. Like, don't be stupid. Don't fuck with me.
I just killed 50 bodyguards to get in here. What do you think I'll do to you?
We've earned enough Paragon and Renegade points, so both options were available for us. And early on, the limit's fairly low.
Just kill them.
Shooting people isn't always the answer.
No, shooting people is usually the question. Yes is the answer. Oh, hello. There's gonna be some upgrades in there. Oh. That's right. When you open your inventory screen, anything you've picked up through the course of battle will suddenly show up in there, which is kind of decent. We already have a Hurricane 2. We can definitely go to a Tier 2 pistol, though. That sounds pretty good. Garrus is mostly going to be like Assault Rifle plus or Sniper, but we don't have those upgrades. Alright, that's going to have to be fine for all of you, and I don't think we've picked up any upgrades for armor and different things. I think Buttface is right around this corner, isn't he? I don't remember if there's... I don't know why I'm saving. It's not going to be that difficult, and there's probably an autosave right here, but...
Why do I have to do it?
Oh, he does aggro right away. For some reason, I thought we had a conversation. Maybe we get a conversation with him after his health drops. Oh, he's got turrets there! I hadn't noticed them at first, mostly because I guess they didn't start firing instantly. Oh, it's a burst pistol! 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's cool.
Wait! Don't kill me, I surrender!
Smart move. Hey, Summers, thank you very much.
Where's the Quarian?
She's not here. I don't know where she is.
Thank you.
The truth.
He's no use to you now. Let me kill him.
Wait. I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here. Said she'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
Nobody meets the Shadow Broker.
Your eyes are like way too close together, buddy.
His true identity.
He looks ridiculous!
It'll be Saren's men waiting for her.
Son of a bitch.
Tell me where that meeting is before I blow your lying head off.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry.
What are you doing?
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
I don't remember what happens if you I don't remember if there's a way to prevent that, and what happens if we just don't bring Rex with us. I think if we don't have Rex with us, I'm not sure that it gives us the combat version of the den. It might be part of it. It might be that we have to bring Rex for this. I'm not sure. What do we think? 1, 2, or 3? He'd surrendered. I mean, he had. I mean, I think we just committed a war crime of some kind. Never do that again. Or he deserved it. Without Rex, you can save him. Okay. Ooh, chat split. Ooh, how interesting. Maybe more votes for 3. All right, he deserved it.
A lot of people died because of him. He had it coming. Now let's move. We have to save that Quarian.
Garrus will remember that. Are we actually... Oh, shit, we're actually on a fucking timer? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord, I forgot about that. And I think there's more combat on our way out. Yep. Come on. Stand still, punk. Oh my god. I'm on healing cooldown too. And you need to get the regen thing. Oh, this is where I was thinking there was more combat out this way.
Good as new.
Lower markets is, I believe, the direction he said. Oh, this is locked though. Okay. Oh, maybe this way? I mean, we're sort of being led this way, so... Can I save now? Oh, I think we're there. I don't think it's very far as long as you don't dawdle in the actual combat.
Did you bring it?
Where's the shadow broker?
I love the swirlies on her hood.
Where's the evidence?
Dude, bad touch!
The deal's off.
I guess we don't need her to save it.
Just
Oh, that was
set
quick.
me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
I took care of him. Well, actually, the big guy took care of him.
Were you hurt in the fight?
I know how to look after myself. Not that
Yeah,
I
you
don't
do.
appreciate the help. Who are you?
A friend. I hope.
My name's Shepard. I'm looking for evidence to prove Saren's a traitor.
Then I have a chance to repay you for saving my life. But not here. We need to go somewhere safe.
We could take her to the human embassy. Your ambassador will want to see this anyway.
I don't believe Tally's romanceable with a female shepherd. But she can be besties!
Making my life easy, Shepard. Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Korra's den. Do you know how many... Who's this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
Shut up and I'll tell you.
This Quarian can help us bring down Saren. I would have told you that if you hadn't jumped down my throat.
I apologize, Commander. This whole thing with Saren has me a bit on edge. Maybe we should just start at the beginning.
Yeah, a friend. Unless.
Talizora Naraya.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
I was on my pilgrimage. My rite of passage into adulthood.
I think Tally is such a hit in the game because she's a really interesting character. She has a great story. You're like, what, pilgrimage? What are you talking about? Like, her whole race is such an interesting story. There's this tremendous mystery because she's behind this mask. So there's this constant thing of like, what does she look like? What's the deal? Her voice acting is interesting. I mean, most of the voice actors in this game are kick-ass, but she's got this accent that makes her fascinating. Like, everything about her is just like this perfect character, and one of the reasons I think she's so popular, you know? Does anyone not like Tally? If so, get the fuck out. Don't want you here.
I've never heard of this before.
It is a tradition among my people. When we reach maturity, we leave the ships of our parents and our people behind. Alone, we search the stars.
And the color of her suit is just
To the flotilla
excellent.
Once we have discovered something of value. In this way, we prove ourselves worthy of adulthood.
What kinds of things do you look for?
It could be resources like food or fuel, or some type of useful technology, or even knowledge that will make life easier on the flotilla. Through our pilgrimage, we prove that we will contribute to the community, rather than being a burden on our limited resources.
Please, continue.
Tell us what you found.
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted world. I waited for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and removed its memory core.
I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they died. Some kind of defense mechanism.
How did you manage to preserve the memory core?
Because I'm badass.
Created the Geth. If you're quick, careful, and lucky, small caches of data can sometimes be saved. Most of the core was wiped clean. But I salvaged something.
Hey, it's just great. Like, you know, there are people, they created this Geth, this AI, who turned on them, so they've lost their home world.
The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
Got like shaky cam.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
Yeah, so there are these nomadic people now, and I don't know, it's everything about it. It's just wonderful. We've got him.
Saren won't get out of this one.
I completely ignore the conduit. Like, conduit, that sounds like lore we don't need to know about. Focus on Saren.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer.
Wait, didn't we just hear this?
Conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
Dun, dun, dun.
I don't recognize that other voice, the one talking about Reapers.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
According to the Memory Core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. The Reapers hunted the Protheans to total extinction, and then they vanished.
Yeah, a few people have mentioned the Anderson model. It's not... There's something a little weird, a little off. There's definitely an uncanny valley with the way it, like, holds the mouth, especially there, like, you just, like, the eyes moved, and then the face moved. Well, the head turned, but the face didn't move.
The vision on Eden Prime.
I don't think any of those options would make a difference on the actual dialogue here.
I saw the Protheans being wiped out by the Reapers.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life, and they believe...
Anderson's a Reaper in a very bad disguise. It's like the Men in Black alien who's like inside the skin suit. They need to know, don't tell. Yeah, will they even believe it? Those people suck.
This is a lot to handle. They might just ignore everything we tell them.
No matter what they think about the rest of this, those audio files prove Saren's a traitor.
The captain's right. We need to present this to the council right away.
What about her? The Quarian?
My name is Tali. You saw me in the alley, Commander. You know what I can do. Let me come with you.
I thought you were on your pilgrimage.
The pilgrimage proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good. What does it say about me if I turn my back on this? Saren is a danger to the entire galaxy. My pilgrimage can wait.
Why would... Someone said you're not ready for this. Dun, 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 I'm assuming she still says that, no, I totally am. Like, there's no way... I don't think there's a way to refuse having her as a companion. But yeah, of course, join us. You are not prepared.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Thanks. You won't regret this.
Anderson and I will go ahead to get things ready with the council. Take a few minutes to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
I guess, yeah, I really don't need to give Garrus hacking if I'm going to give Tali all the hacking. Tali Rex, party for the rest of the game until we get someone else. It's like Tali is just someone you kind of want to protect, and then Liara is someone you just want. Not as much Mass Effect 1, but especially by the time you get to Mass Effect 3, you just want her to protect you. That's I feel like that's the dynamic. It's like Liara's going to protect you, and you're going to protect Tali, and it's going to be a wonderful little, like, squad. And yeah, that would be a thing if you had, like, pure soldier Shepard, because you would have pure tech Tali and pure biotic Liara, and that would be a pretty good pairing. Rex will just fuck everything up. Fuck everyone up, yeah. Open the door, please. Oh. Some mesh. I think he tells us to go to a planet. Or no, he gets me to talk to someone maybe in the bar?
Could you spare a moment of your time? Commander Shepard, my name is Samesh Bhatia. Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
It's no trouble. What can I do for you?
My wife was a Marine. She was in the 212 on Eden Prime. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request.
Yeah, that's garbage. What the fuck, man?
Why did they refuse your request?
Seriously.
There's got to be some reason.
her speech did not match the option I clicked
I
on.
have declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me.
Yeah, we'll put this right.
There's no reason for your wife's body to be held
Come
like
on.
this. Just wait here.
The man in charge of my case is Mr. Bosca. When I last saw him, he was in the expensive bar over there.
So one of the interesting things with Liara, when you leave the Citadel,
I just want to give my wife a proper funeral.
you get
She deserves.
I think 3 major breadcrumbs for the main plot. You've got to do 1, 2, and 3 or something like that to advance the main quest. And it's strongly hinted that you should do one of them first, which is the one that leads you to Liara. Doing the one that leads you to Liara first is actually... I mean, it's great because it gives you the companion right away, which is nice. It does sometimes slightly difficult, because after you get Liara, on your way out, that's where you fight one of the Krogan Battle Masters. And my recollection is if you go there fairly early, that fight can be fairly difficult to do, if you haven't done extra side quests or stuff to level up a couple of times. And not only that, it was super annoying because you can't save in combat. And to get to the fight was an incredibly annoyingly long elevator ride. It was like 15 minutes in an elevator to do a fight where you might die because he does huge amounts of burst damage. And then your nearest save is before you get into the elevator, so you have to wait forever again. So yeah, it's a really tough fight. Again, toughest fight in the game. It's an incredibly tough fight if you go there immediately. But the game is like sort of hinting that it would be the best thing, and it makes sense. You pick up Liara, and then she's there to help explain some of the lore as you go. So it's worth at least maybe doing some of the side quests first. But what's really funny is of the 3, if I recall correctly, it's 3 major breadcrumbs to do. If you do everything else, if you literally do everything else that you can do before you go to Liara, it's absolutely hilarious. Because if you... Spoiler, Liara is like stuck in some sort of like, not a stasis dome exactly, but she's like in a bubble and she's stuck there. So if you take forever to get there, she kind of starts going a little bit nuts because she's been stuck in there forever. And then there's an amazing scene where normally she's there, she's supposed to be there to give you lore and do exposition for you and you know, explain the quest and the story. Except if you've done literally everything else first, every time she starts to explain something, you're just like, oh yeah, no, we totally took care of that. We did this already and here's how it went. And she says, oh, okay, well, what about this? Oh no, we already figured that out. Here's the solution to that. And she just goes... It's really funny. I've never done it in a playthrough, but I watched the YouTube video of like someone going through that scene. It was really, really great. We may have to do that. So I think did he tell us to go over here? I wasn't paying attention. Why would I pay attention to the quest about some dead guy's wife? Let's see, homecoming. Talk to the diplomat in the lounge. Yeah, in the lounge is up here. That's one of the reasons I didn't go to lounge, because I knew we'd be going back here later on. So we may do that, even though like the nice thing about it is it will cause us to use some of the other companions first before we use Liara. And the thing is, I like Liara a lot. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to use her in my primary squad, right? Maybe our primary squad is going to be Rex, Tally, and me. Although Liara can use Singularity, and like it's insanely OP.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
So you're not the diplomat I'm looking for. You're just generic diplomat. Scan a keeper. That was the only reason for me waiting.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
Oh, delightful to meet you too. Oh yeah, the elevators are super fast and skippable. Like, they still have the elevator animation so you can hear like the voice conversations, but yeah, otherwise it's instant.
You're Commander Shepard.
I sure am.
Your activities made for quite a briefing in the diplomatic corps. Is there something I can do to assist you?
Stop stealing corpses. You know what I'm going for? Like, really, it's I'm here for Samesh. Stop stealing corpses.
You can cut the red tape for a grieving husband. I want you to release the body of Nerali Bhatia.
I wanted her to say stealing corpses.
Happier. I'm afraid, though, that it's not quite that simple. Serviceman Nerali Bhatia died on Eden Prime.
Oh, did she get husked?
Her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before. That is why her body is being held.
You think that her body might be dangerous or contaminated?
No, Commander. Nerali Bhatia is not dangerous. Her body is in fact extremely valuable to the Alliance. The tests we're conducting may lead to better defenses against Geth attacks.
Okay, but...
Serviceman Bhatia may save more lives in death than she did in life.
How long do you think this research is going to take?
This is a long-term study. I wouldn't expect the bodies to be released for a year or longer.
You gotta have a lot of bodies. Can't you release one?
Very few bodies had this new type of weapon damage, and very few were in good enough condition to study. Beyond that, Commander, we need as many bodies as we can to get a reasonable sample size.
Like, doing the wrong thing for the right reason kind of thing?
When will this research result in actual new technology?
If we're lucky, we'll actually realize usable technology from this study in a few years.
So, both the Paragon and the Renegade options leads to, like, pressuring him to release the body. Science trumps your stupid funeral. I mean, I kind of want to say, like, this isn't right. I think I'm not going to go Renegade on this one. I'm not going to say, listen, I'm just going to say, fuck you, I'm releasing the body and going over your head. But I kind of want to plead to, like, this isn't right, maybe we can figure something else out. This feels like kind of a blue one. I could just say, like, yeah, okay, and then go to Samesh and say, your wife is still helping the cause even after death. I mean, the 3 is very pragmatic. This might be a good time to do a poll. Just like red. I feel like either the blue or 3 is what we're going for. And I can see good arguments for both. And this is what happens with a lot of the games, especially these BioWare games. A lot of the time when I play them, I get to a situation like this, and I'm just like, hold on, and I like get up, like walk away for 5 minutes and try to think about it. Chat very overwhelmingly seems to want 3. All right, 3 it is. Chat has spoken.
I'll tell Samesh. Next time you cut up a dead soldier, at least tell her husband the truth.
That was just the reaction we were hoping to avoid, Commander. But if you think it will help, tell Mr. Bhatia the truth. Perhaps he will understand. Please let me know if you have any other questions. Hello again, Commander. Can I help you?
Thanks for your help.
Okay, so it's not done yet. I can go to talk to Samesh. Maybe I can do a good, like, blue-red kind of choice with him. Maybe I can literally say, like, your wife's still being a hero. It sucks. But he might understand. I mean, he's probably already had to accept the fact that there was a risk that she would die, that she would be away for a long time. He probably understands the nature of sacrifice. I don't know. I don't remember if I've ever gone down this route. Yeah, sure. Let's get drunk.
What have you got?
Information.
Aww. I didn't want information.
Nearby.
What's going on around here?
Well, you found the embassies. Not much going on here. Across the bridge, you'll find the bank.
Yep.
If you need supplies, you can try the markets.
No, we're good. Okay.
Goodbye.
You are not an important NPC.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
All right.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
I don't remember what your deal is.
Don't believe the rumors. The consort would never reveal her secrets.
Of course she wouldn't. She'd be tossed out the nearest airlock if she did.
I suppose.
Besides, Nick, the consort's nothing like the girls back on the colonies. She's...
You don't have to do it with her. You can just talk to her if you want.
Is that all you did, Jazz? Just talk?
I didn't say that.
Ha! I bet you did too. What do you want? Oh, Commander.
I was gonna say, excuse me, buddy?
Something I can do for you.
Yeah, I don't need to know about the consort.
saying hi.
I've already met her. She's kind of weird and likes to touch you. Without your explicit consent.
Wish there were more humans around.
Oh, hello. I haven't been in this room before.
Commander Shepard, I didn't expect to see you here. Did Ambassador Udina send you?
Have we met before?
No, but I know you well enough. I'm Executor Palin, head of CSEC.
I think this guy's cool, right?
To know when someone like you arrives.
And I do like how you can eavesdrop on conversations, yeah.
Was there something you needed, Commander?
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get, and you're being given a lot.
We do like to do that, that is true.
Their
Like, he's got us there.
It's their business. But I don't have to like it.
The Council treats us like second-class citizens. We have to fight for everything we get.
I think the idea is it's happening super fast.
Fight for it. But don't expect the rest of us to just sit back and let you take it. I'm a busy man, Commander. Are we done here?
Yeah, he's actually cool.
Tell me about your investigation into Saren.
Sorry, Commander.
You just insulted my entire race of people, but you're also right.
Details about ongoing investigations.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
I feel like there's like a computer or something I can poke at in here. Yeah. Oh, it's weird when the when my mouse gets on the other side, I get a oh shit. Am I gonna fail this one? I'm getting inverted and lost. Yeah, override failed. I think I can still omni-gel it. Or can you keep trying this over and over? It's like I wanted to go on the back side because there was going to be fewer of the big blockers, but then my left and right gets confused. I'm like, oh no! I can't do it anymore. Following message transmitted. My fellow Badek, you have been selected to receive this transmission because of our shared plight. Few understand us, few tolerate us. We must stand together. We must build our own new world. Come join us in Hawking Edda Cluster. Only as one body can we right the wrongs to our kind. Okay. Oh, yeah, if there was a loot chest, I wouldn't necessarily be able to retry it, but because this is sort of a lore quest thing, you've got more tries. Yeah, I've gone there. So your wife's body is currently a science experiment. How do you feel about that?
Hello, Commander. Has any progress been made with Mr. Bosker? Will he return my wife's body?
I'm betting both of these lead to the same thing.
It's not as simple as I'd hoped. The military needs your wife's body for important tests.
Tests? They're holding my wife's body for tests?
Did I miss something up there?
Faithfully. She gave her life for humanity. And this
oh no, the cult side quest is what I just unlocked, right? Yeah, I'm gonna use the red or blue option with him. I feel like I'm gonna go blue. Like, it is war, but I think I want to appeal from like a different sense. I'm gonna go down the blue route. I don't think it actually matters in the end.
Mr. Botcha, your wife died defending humanity. We still need her help.
What right does the military have to hold her body? She's already given her life.
What would she want?
If the military had asked your wife to submit to tests to save human lives, what would she have said?
It doesn't matter. She's dead. I just want her to come home.
I want to give this guy a hug right now.
Let them run their tests. Let my wife save lives so that others are spared the loss I feel today.
Hey, Bob.
Goodbye. Thank you for finding me answers.
That's a good point, actually, Bob. Bunch of Paragon points. What am I being...
Welcome to Presidium Tourism. On the far end of this level, you can see the Citadel Tower, where the
It's
council...
weird, because the marker, the X on the map, is it just for the Avena? It feels like it's a quest marker, but...
Please enjoy your visit to the Citadel.
I don't know. I gotta go back to the council now, right? Citadel Tower. Oh yeah, and go back to Chora's Den, that's true too. Well, we'll do this, and then we'll go back down to the den. I don't think the order matters one way or the other. I'm not sure.
Come on. Udina's presenting the Quarians' evidence to...
There's a statue of the Krogans here, yeah. We saw it earlier.
Crime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
You wanted proof? There it is.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador.
And it's like, the Ambassador does deliver here. It's like a redeeming moment.
Be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes.
I recognize the other voice, the one speaking with Saren. Matriarch Benezia.
Another traitor.
She must be working with the Geth, too.
Matriarch Benezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers. She will make a formidable ally for Saren.
I'm more interested in the Reapers. What do you know about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
And it sort of redeems the Council as well. I mean, the thing is, from the Council's point of view, it was legit. They were just asking for evidence, and we literally had none.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
It doesn't matter.
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
Tell him, Shepard.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the conduit, but we don't really know why.
The Reapers are
I like this shot.
Just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to
His
cover
hood looks
Saren's
really
true
comfortable.
purpose. A legend he is using.
And it was interesting having the two characters sort of... Oops. They're obviously a myth. I mean, you do sound a little crazy.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization.
Oh, there's a lot of lip texture.
Conduit, it will happen again.
Wow.
Saren is a rogue agent on the run for his life. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
A fleet cannot track down one man.
But a Spectre can.
Citadel fleet could secure the entire region, keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over
I like his eyes.
human colonies.
I like his whole face. So send me.
I can take Saren down.
The Commander's right. There is a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies.
No, it's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibility...
Yeah, exactly. If we didn't know that Shepard was right, she'd sound absolutely crazy. Yeah. With all the Reaper stuff, it's like, okay there! Why don't you go and hang out with the Hanar? You can talk about enkindlers and everything. Cuckoo Shepard. Not ready for the responsibilities. Quit holding us back!
It was a Turian Spectre who betrayed this council, and it was a human who exposed him. I have earned
Preach.
this.
Extended silence.
Commander Shepard, step forward.
This is a cool moment. Like, one of our first crowning moments of awesome. With the rising music.
It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance.
Did they not have names in the original?
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden.
Did she just call me a tool?
Galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
I'm not going to be a shit and say it's about time. But I might not also say, just let's get down to business. What happens now?
What's my first mission?
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
Any idea where to find him?
We will forward any relevant files to Ambassador Udina.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard. You're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
You'll get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the C-Sec Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me. I'll need your help to set all this up.
Achievement unlocked. Spectre inductee.
Bastard didn't even thank you.
Figures.
What do you expect from a politician? Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
There you go. So, the most important thing that you can probably spend your points on is the Spectre training. Because I don't remember. Does it up your cap on Renegade and Paragon stuff? I feel like that's sort of a thing, but maybe I'm remembering something else. Unlocking the Unity ability in Spectre training is pretty good because it lets you res your teammates. I think it's actually like, no, let's definitely get that. And it does boost like all your shit. There's Unity. Higher levels is just, yeah, less cooldown for the res. Oh, it's ME2 and later that have that. Okay. So we've got another 15 minutes to go here. Where are we going to go now? Hang on. Oh, there we go. The sister... Right, so we have to go back down to... at the very least, we have to go back down to Chora's Den. So let's do that. Yeah, the elevators are effectively instant now. You can skip them immediately if you don't want to hear the conversation. Oh, wait. It is this way. So there shouldn't be any combat now. No one's going to give a shit that last time we were here, we, like, murdered a couple of dozen people. Maybe 3 or 4 dozen people. It's whiskey and chocolate! Hey, Thanyogs, thank you very much! I like the remastered Mass Effect. I mean, mostly it still feels like we're playing Mass Effect 1. And, you know, some of the less than ideal combat parts of Mass Effect 1 are still there. But it's still a great game, and then we get some somewhat upgraded graphics and things.
Commander, what do you want?
I'm here on Sha'ira's behalf. Your lies are hurting her.
Good. Her lies have been
It's whiskey and chocolate!
us.
Whoa, Entropy, thank you very much. I should play through. Instead of buying Emmy again, I just given you the money. Thank you. Well, you helped pay for me picking up this game.
Turian General, how did your kind ever defeat us? I may be drunk, Krogan, but you're ugly. And tomorrow I'll be sober.
Okay there, Churchill.
Cure for this ache in my gut. Go away.
Good cleaning crew, no blood spatters or bullet holes. Yeah. You're pathetic. Is it worth it?
Is she really worth it? There must be other women.
It's not just any woman I want. It's
Oh, yeah, he's just,
Look, kid, I appreciate
obsessed with her.
what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
Yeah, we're gonna go Renegade on this one. Get a grip.
Never let the enemy see your weakness. You know that, General.
Enemies. The one place I always felt at peace was with her. But now, so you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general? It's better than sitting on your ass all day.
Hey, I sit on my ass all day, and I do just fine, thank you.
Maybe you're right, Commander. Sha'ira's worth the effort.
I should have had Garrus for this. I bet you Garrus would have had some good lines, too. Because Tali doesn't seem to be doing much. But I don't know.
This is no place for someone of your stature, General.
All right, I'll go to her. After I've had a cold shower or 2. Say, you're a bright kid. Would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?
Yes?
What do you want me to do?
There's an L-Corps diplomat out there who believes Sha'ira gave up his secrets.
Why would he think such a thing?
Oh, there we go. Well, that's not much of a line, but at least they gave Tali something.
I just need you to convince him of the truth.
Why can't you tell him yourself?
Well, the last time he saw me, I was disparaging his
Yeah, he's poking through the hood.
Shouting his secrets in public. Take this data pad. It shows where I got my info. It will exonerate Sha'ira and convince the Elcor.
Who am I taking it to, and where is he?
His name is Zaltan. He's an Elcor diplomat. He's over in the embassies complaining about Sha'ira. Well, here's to soldiers.
Good cop plus bad cop plus worse cop.
Thanks, Commander. You know, you might make a good general.
I'm pretty sure we never stopped being Commander Shepard. I mean, at some point we even get court-martialed.
Go away. Let me drink in peace. Go away. Let me drink it.
Wasn't I supposed to find you for something?
Hi, I'll be with you in just a sec.
Whoa, your hair is weirdly see-through. Make time now.
I need to talk to you about your work with CSAC.
Dude!
I don't know.
Blowing her cover right away?
Now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to my customers.
I'm just gonna be... Don't be stupid.
This isn't a game, Jenna. These people are dangerous.
Now you sound like my sister. Why is everyone so concerned about me? I can take care of myself. I need to go. I'm not a stripper. I don't get paid to stand around and look pretty.
Tough girl.
Did I do that badly? I might have. Yeah, I think I might have failed that one. By being too rough. Oh!
If you've got questions about Jenna...
Ah, okay, or maybe it just does this way. Huh?
Are you talking to me?
Shepard's not too bright
Push
sometimes.
it off. I never did nothing to you. Damn newcomers. Think they can run the place.
What the hell was that about?
I guess we better go find out.
I can't just change my party whenever I want, right? Like... I think we have to, like, get on and off the Normandy normally. It's giving me the option to change my party when we can add someone new to it, which is, I mean, fair enough. Because, yeah, it might be nice to have Garrus right now. Go down to CSEC. Oh, and I think we can go and talk to Buddy's partner again. How many things do I have to scan still? Oh, 8 more. Yeah, okay. I might just wait until our second visit before we finish this. We're going to wrap up the stream in 8 minutes.
Hello again. Did you have any luck finding Shorban?
I found out you've been lying to me, Jalid.
Lying? Why would I lie to you?
You lied to us about the Keeper data.
He told you? I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I was afraid Shorban would kill me to get the data, so well, I was hoping you'd take care of him.
I'm scanning the Keepers for Shorban, but you two need to stop fighting.
You're helping us? But, well, if you say so.
Yeah, just stop being a big jerk.
Well, if Shorban can forgive and forget, then so can I. I appreciate the help, Commander. I better go get that data analyzed.
Detective Chelik, come into my office. I want to discuss this in private. No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking?
I mean, it was incredibly incompetent to just, like, basically blow her cover.
What's your tone, Chelik?
You could have blown Jenna's cover.
We were trying to help her.
God, I love the tone of Rex's voice.
It might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her.
Do you really need to risk her life to get the information you want?
This job isn't easy, and it's usually unpleasant.
ASMR Rex, yeah.
Find it. But since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe there's a way we can help each other.
Always thinking ahead, Detective?
As part of the job. Now are you gonna help me or not?
That's what I get for not putting my points into Charm or Intimidate last time we leveled up.
This is just too much work.
What? That's not what I meant to click on at all. Oh, there we go. Yeah, what do you need?
I'll help you, but I need some details.
Oh, maybe those are just ways to, like, sort of skip and pull her out. Now I have to do the quest. Those may have just been ways to bypass the quest.
Intel, I've learned there's a cellar here on the Citadel. Meet our man named Jax. Pick up the mods and bring them back here. That'll give me everything I need.
Why are you so concerned about these mods?
We have access to some of the most sophisticated weaponry there is. It's what gives us our edge. What do you suppose happens when we lose that edge? These give criminals an advantage we can't afford to let them keep.
I'll persuade Jax to tell me where these mods are coming from.
No. You tip Jax off and all my leads will disappear fast.
Shepard is really bad at doing, like, undercover investigations.
Where can I find this Jax?
Jax is down in the lower level of the markets. I'll send word through our channels that you're the buyer. Good luck, Commander.
Alright, 5 minutes to go. Can I not run on stairs? Okay. So that's in the lower markets, I think he said. Send Rex as the buyer.
Welcome back, Earth Clan. Will you be needing some?
I think I'll be going.
Oh,
as you say, Earth.
Lower markets would be down the stairs, right? Weapon shipment, arm dealer, lower wards market.
Clan, good day to you.
Oh, there's Jax.
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
Do you have the mods?
Show her the goods.
That looks about right.
Damn straight it is. These mods are the best on the market. Now hand over my credits.
You're under arrest. No. Let's not shepherd this up. We're just gonna go through the It's fine. Sure.
Here you go.
You're under arrest.
Here you go. Enjoy it. Come on, boys. We're done here.
Alright, back to CSEC. The things I do for a little extra XP on the side. I don't know if these are still completable, because we could progress with the main quest and leave the Citadel pretty quickly. I think we can wrap most of these up if we came back, when we come back the second time. But we have to finish them before we leave the second time. Shepard equals Britta. She's good at solving things with her gun. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm not sitting on any XP. Okay.
Commander, I hear you have something for me.
Here's your shipment, Chelik.
Excellent. This is everything I need.
Rule number 1 of RPGs, finish all side quests before expanding the story. Sometimes that's what I get burnt out on RPGs, though. Is I get so obsessed with that, and it turns out a lot of them is like, commit to the main quest, keep going down that way, and you'll get actually invested into the story.
Now I need to get these mods into evidence. Thanks again, Shepard.
Paragon levels, level up. Yeah, okay, so let's, motivated buyer receive twice as many credits when selling to a store. Ooh, nice. What's this one? Store discounts. I'll do this. I always want the Charm and Intimidate to be as max as possible. Come on. Advanced overkill. That sounds like exactly the sort of thing we want Rex to have. Advanced overkill, not just regular overkill. And yeah, Tally will probably just max her electronics and decryption, just to make sure we can always omnigel the shit out of everything. I might want to get her shield boost first. And I suppose the marksman, give her a couple of active abilities. And then we'll just get the next tier of this ability. Advanced overload. Sabotage for robots. And actually we can unlock hacking, which will help hack robots that we run into. And then I think we might just start to give her a bunch of shields, because I think Tally can sometimes be a little squishy, so if we give her a bunch of the machinists and just give her tons of shield capacity, it's going to help her survival a lot. Okay. Yeah, the fan. So that's done. There's nothing for us to do there. Strange transmission. That's out in space. We have to find Zelton in the ambassador stuff. Oh, I found info for the investigator. So we should go ahead and give that to her. That should be... Oh, right, I'm in C-Sec. Did I scan you? Yes, I did. Okay. Well, maybe that'll wait until next time, because we are going to be wrapping up the stream in a second here. Like, the skills are so granular in the first game. Because I'm trying to remember the difference in the second game and how that works, but I can't quite recall. I guess I'm going basic. Well, either Flux or the Med Clinic would let me get pretty close to the reporter who's over here. I think the Flux jump might have been a little closer, but it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, we could visit the requisition officer. I mean, we saw him already once, but maybe talking to him again will change things, yeah.
I was sure he was a big player in anything going on here. Did you find anything in his office that could help me?
These OSDs might have the information you're looking for.
You've got Fisk's files? This could be even bigger than I'd hoped. Here, Commander, for your trouble.
What would my future cooperation be worth? Say, an interview when my investigation is over?
Exclusive? You talk to me before you talk to anyone else?
Sure.
That would be worth quite a bit, and I'd be very happy to compensate you accordingly. Here you are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go see what's on these discs.
I wonder if I should go talk to Jenna's sister? So there's not actually a journal quest, but I'm kind of curious if she has anything to say. Yeah, because it's not this. Scan the keepers. We got to find the dude. That's nothing. Okay, I've got to talk to the consort again, and I've got to talk to the dude again. I'm just curious to see if her sister has anything to say. What? What? Is this the guy who's been hacking the consoles? Man, my voice is shot. I think he's the one who's been hacking the terminals.
Yeah, what is it?
Why were you tossed out of there?
Doran didn't have a clue what I was doing. He assumed I was cheating.
And yet here you are, cheater.
I was just tipping the scales in my favor, only as an experiment.
I like the Solarian so much.
To you, maybe.
And this was before we discovered the Solarian in Mass Effect 2.
Recording losses is easy, of course. Nobody notices those.
Why do you need to record these outcomes?
Ah, now you're getting to the heart of it. I've spent the last 5 years developing a system that can accurately predict wins and losses on the Quasar. I just need a few more recorded wins and I can complete the algorithms.
Isn't that still cheating?
Can you do that? Isn't that illegal?
It's illegal to use my system, but I won't use it. I'll sell it to others. I just need
Big brain move.
wins recorded.
What's in this for me?
Keep your winnings. That should be payment enough, I think.
Sure.
I'll help you out.
Sounds fine to me.
I suppose I could let you try it.
Your decision's very hurtful. True, but hurtful.
When you've recorded enough wins, it'll let you know. Of course, if you get caught with the device, well, you saw what happened to me. Well, off you go. That data won't collect itself. That's not what I heard.
Hi, Rita.
Hey, Jenna came back looking for work. Thanks for getting her out of Cora's den.
I was glad to help out.
Yeah, everyone seems real happy to have her back.
And yet, you seem less than pleased.
I'm glad she's out of the den. I'd just forgotten what it was like to have her around.
Do you not like her?
Decent tips since she got back.
Oh! Oh, because she's better at being a bartender than you. Ah, alright. Okay, we're going to wrap it up here, folks. I think I'm going to play more of this tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be some more Mass Effect. I don't know what the schedule is going to look like with, you know, Baldur's Gate 2 coming back and things like that. So tomorrow I think is going to be more of this, possibly also some Pulsar Lost Colony. Monday I think we're going to finish our FTL run, and if it finishes quickly, we'll start Motorsport Manager. Otherwise, Motorsport Manager will return next Monday, and then Wednesday should be more CK3, unless I just play a fuck ton more Mass Effect. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Thanks a lot for coming out, everyone. I believe A Kiss for Luck should be streaming now, so we're going to go and raid her channel. A Kiss for Luck. Let me just take a little look-see over here. She is streaming. She's streaming Stardew Valley. Raid A Kiss for Luck. Give her some love from me. And I'm going to see you guys tomorrow for, I think, some more Mass Effect. Because, I mean, gotta love this game so much. Bye, everyone.